mechanical bits here and there, and also a attempted scion armor that has been painted red and has Mechanica symbols on it underneath. And trotting right next to him would be Doggo. And occasionally you will hear the Skyrim music pop on as he's playing it.
Your pet is emitting music.
Like you hear like a muffled sound of like the music whenever a dragon appears.
Nice. This is like a video. Yeah.
Why do I hear boss music?
So it's like you can see like a screen in his eyes and something happening in there. As he walks
Yes,
by.
you can see right in his eyes. His character fighting a dragon sometimes.
Awesome. Samuel, where are you?
So Samuel's over in the hold, brushing up on some last-minute research, and he's wearing an outfit that's rather reminiscent of Stefan's. However, his is definitely more on the muted side. He wears a small amulet and a small sigil on his right hand chest. Aside from that, you do notice a distinct lack of a trench coat. You don't see the usual hat that hides part of his scar that he usually tries to hide up, and he looks nothing like he used to. Instead of this suave character, he's, I guess, more refined. He's more in a role. And it's definitely not what one would expect when one would think of a Samuel Spade.
If someone were to walk on the street and just see you passing by, what would they assume about you or your? What is it like the first impression someone gets? Is he?
As an officer of sorts, somebody on a mission, but clearly not the leader.
Right. Do you
Yet someone to be feared and respected.
Do you carry any visible weapons?
Yes, I do have a small. I do have a shotgun. It's a rather loud weapon, but clearly it's never been discharged before. It's incredibly new, and it looks in perfect shape.
Awesome. Beautiful. And Duskin, where are you?
Okay, so sorry about that, I had it on mute. So what you'd see is Duskin leaving the medical bay. First thing that you would actually sort of catch is that his eyes are incredibly bloodshot and rather of odds with the rest of the sort of costume that he's wearing. He has a very dark, wide-brimmed hat pulled very tightly down so that the light is being shielded from his eyes. Apart from that, what you'd actually see is low-level ecclesiarchy robes. So possibly not serf, but some sort of preacher sort of status, but very much low down in the pecking order. Not really someone to pay any attention to. They're just grey. They are quite loose on him. If he was to take it off, you would actually see the armour underneath it, and a plasma and a melta pistol on his hips. But obviously, because they're quite glowing, not able to actually see that at the moment. The only other noticeable feature that you would actually see is that he has a scar down his right side of his face, going from his eye to his jawline, and that he has a tattoo over his left eye. It looks like some sort of tribal marking or something like that, but in his present garb, you just sort of you wouldn't really even double take. And he's just moving along to go to this meeting. He's been called, and then head back to his bed because he has a burst in migraine.
Beautiful. Awesome. And James, where are you? Well, James is a Kriegsman. Smuckry Corpum will be seen occasionally passing by. He is a tech priest with very advanced cybernetics. He will occasionally very angrily push servitors who are not doing their job through the hallways, out of your way, and into the engineering docks of the ship. Jericho is sitting in the co-pilot seat with his feet up, wearing tall leather boots, his navy overall, as he got a little uncomfortable in the Rogue Trader outfit. He is currently resting a low stick on his legs and sort of just looking out at the stars. As he sees all of you get up, he sort of just looks over his shoulder. And where do you want to gather?
In the war room.
Okay. Stefan walking first, you're all gonna go through this heavy, cranky wooden door as you enter this extravagant officer's quarter. There are several leather chairs, you can pull out more, and a heavy wooden table and furniture. The lumen are dim and create a very calming atmosphere. As you walk in, you sort of kick cupboards and open shelves to close them. You notice a hourglass smoking pipe, some tobacco, various substances, a book of imperial warrants, and wine on the table. There's also old clothing from the previous captain, including a long coat. There is a small washroom and closet adjacent to the room. As you start to sit down, you sort of slunk into these comfortable chairs, and most of you are not used to being comfortable. You look around, some of you would light up a low stick, pour some decaf, maybe some other drinks, and take it away.
Small note, the long coat, Stefan took it and sent it to some consultant to make some modifications to it. Of course, there was a lot of grunting and cursing, but managed to convince him.
You would have that now, with the modifications.
Yes. As Stefan takes what seems to be some sort of long coat, yet some of you may seem to notice some pieces of technology on it. Nothing that seems to be some sort of weaponry. He quickly stashes it away and turns to everyone present. Gentlemen, are you aware of our course of action?
Naturally.
Very well.
It might have slipped my mind, but do remind me.
We are to meet with the representative of House Brabazom. She is one of our previous acquaintances, and we have quite a good working relationship with her. Yet I still have some questions for her, and she is able to provide information. It is a good start.
Curious. You said house. Are we meeting Imperial Knights?
No, we're not that lucky. We are meeting the second worst thing. Navigators.
Rust be damned.
Yes, well, if it were an easy job, everyone would have done it. Samuel, what do you suggest our main course of action shall be?
I think that the most straightforward action would to be just to proceed as our cover story is. We go in there, big show of force.
Yes, we shall present ourselves as the crew of a rogue trader ship. Of course, the lady most likely knows our arrival and knows exactly who we are. Although those around her circles that are not as high rank do not. Let's hope to keep it that way.
How would she know?
Psychic imprints. Me, Dustin, Doc, and Barbosa, which is no longer with us anymore, have met her. I believe that she is able to see the shape of our soul and thus recognize us easily. Not only that, she has very high psychic capabilities due to her.
At this point, you're going to hear some crinkles over to the side as you see Ripsaw starting to pull out like aluminum foil and start covering himself with it.
As he knows and notices due to the due to her mutations.
You're not
Are you trying
free
to-
my mind.
Are you trying to shield yourself from the psychic influence?
Yes.
Don't tell him, Samuel.
I'm sure
good.
this will work.
I believe researchers call it trial and error.
Then,
You see-
given this new information, to which I was not privy, then perhaps the strong arm approach, this more direct approach, would not work. Would you suggest any alternatives?
I believe there is a reason why she forgot to give us a certain piece of information, such as her progress towards Askellon 1. I presume that she wants to use this as her bargaining chip for something.
You see Doc raise a hand up into the air that is covered and gloved in blood.
Please wash yourself before you enter the ward room, Doc.
As you see Doc's blood-covered feet leaving sticky trails through the room, he quickly looks over and says, I asked not to be disturbed until I was done with what I was done with. You're the one that called the meeting. I'm just here. I'm just following orders.
Agreed. I expected lack decorum from you, but this takes the cake. Maybe next time I shall give you an unpowered armored suit.
Well, I shall make sure to add into the registry of servitors on the ship to not dry clean your room.
As you have any authority over them.
I do not, but I am good at programming, and I have learned it in the last few hours that I've been back there working on my experiment. And I think I am damn good at it, Stefan.
Whatever. What did you wish to add?
What's the chances of them reading our minds?
High. If I remember, both you and the others succumbed to her powers, almost passing out.
I look at Stefan and I nod my head and I say, yeah, I remember. So, what can we do to counteract this?
Foil.
I quickly give dagger eyes over at Ripsaw as he says foil, and I look at him and I say, you know what rhymes with bowl, Ripsaw?
Do not play with me with these little games, as I'm still wrapping myself in foil.
It's a very precise word. It's almost like what you would need to protect yourself from psychers.
Oil.
No. What rhymes with bowl is no. It's a no rod. You need a no rod, Ripsaw. That's the only way.
I see.
But they would know this, so we probably can't take them. So, what
yes,
would you
besides
advise on?
Honestly, just discipline. A trained mind would be able to resist for a few minutes, if not hours. Other than that, nothing that comes to it. Obsidian armor could work, however, it's more against offensive spells. So at the moment, no, it's best that we avoid meeting the other heads of houses.
You see,
So
Doc
at
nods
this,
his head.
you'll actually hear coming from under Duskin's hat. Do we have any obsidian armor?
No.
And it's a bit of a moot point, really, isn't it?
That aside, if we were to give up our covers, even without her informing informing everybody else, I think that it would still be prudent to have this structure of command clearly set up. We do need to still play these roles, and I think that deference would be necessary in this case. No more of this boot nonsense.
For what it's worth, we had an advantageous relationship last time. I suggest we cultivate that. Leave it
Agreed.
at that. You'll win, we'll all win. And yeah.
Yes, and I believe Stefan is the man to do that.
Way to throw responsibility my way, Doc. However, I do agree with you. Either way, I do fully expect all of your input regarding this. I shall only give you the main issue we're facing. So, let us go through what we're gonna do. We shall present ourselves to the head of House Brabazom and ask her for both information and, as he bites his tongue as he uses the diplomatic word for begging, guidance.
What do we give her in return?
She most likely is seeking our services. To which end I cannot say at this moment.
Do we have a limit to what we'll do?
Not necessarily. This is just our main objective. While we hit the ground, other side objectives may appear, and I trust all of you to seek them with caution.
Okay. Well, I've got my hat over my face, but I am listening, so you guys just talk amongst yourselves, and you'll see him just pull out another couple of painkillers and retreat under his hat, and then you'll hear a dry swallow.
Well, I'm afraid for you, Dustin, that this concludes the end of our meeting, so you're free to return to your quarters. However, I do wish for all of you to prepare adequately. We are meeting a noble family, after all.
I'm not familiar with noble family customs.
Apologies, Ripsaw, that wasn't meant for you.
Oh, very well. Doc, do you still need my technical assistance?
As I presume Doctor just zoomed past the room, heading straight to the medical bay. I guess it's up to you to decide, Ripsaw.
So what is he doing in there?
Oh, experimenting that, as far as I know, has been sanctioned. I believe he's trying to replicate some old archaeotech.
This doesn't really seem to be the time or place to be dealing with this.
Oh, I assure you, it shouldn't explode.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that for future. Or moments in the future. Whatever, I'm going to my bed.
Very well.
I will
How-
light. Sorry, go ahead, Rip.
I will go ahead and, I guess, wander around for a bit.
I will take Samuel to the side. As all of you leave. Samuel, I must ask you something.
I'm going to look right back at you and nod. What is it?
Not that I wish to question your capability, but I want to make sure how trustful you are of your own aptitudes. How good are you at obtaining information from individuals?
I wouldn't say that I'm a specialist in interrogation, but I know how to charm a person. I know how to behave in polite society, and I know how to behave in a parlor. There's a big, big difference between the two. But I know my world. I know my people. And I know how to act.
Excellent. There can be a time in which the head of the house might wish to speak to me privately, and most likely there'll be members of the court around. If possible, I would like for you to gather as much information from them regarding House Brabazom and other navigator houses.
Naturally, that need not be said, and yet
I believe you, but I just wanted to make sure. Best not to leave anything to chance.
of course,
Like
who knows, and who does not know.
Exactly. And like I said, I mean no offense.
None taken. And I'm gonna pause, sir.
Leave that. While in the mission rank, the moment does not count. We do not work in official capacity anyway.
But in a reactionary capacity, it would be good practice at the very least.
Yeah.
Again, these are roles that we are playing, and
Yeah.
it isn't often that we are to be playing these sorts of roles. Better to act as though it were natural rather than break cover at every opportunity.
With a smart very well, Seneschal. Then I wish you good luck in your work and prepare yourself.
I cross my arms with my badge. I'm gonna bow, and I'm gonna head off toward the hold. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a couple of hours and study up. I do need some review and some advanced time in order to study what I need to know.
As Stefan walks to the side, says, very well, make it quick. We have around 2 to 3 hours until we dock with the station.
Will do. Until then.
Until then.
Stefan and Samuel, you get an inspiration point. Inspiration points can be used to re-roll anything that doesn't deal damage. As you walk down the stairs, Sumakris servitors kind of wobble through the corridor. One of them looks over to you. His contraption looks kind of half well maintained. There's some rust as he turns around. He is shocked and immediately starts to scurry down the corridor. He was holding an old lumen that he was replacing in an old lamp in the ceiling. You can see visible electrical circuits above you, and a maze of maintenance shafts and tunnels around these polished halls and interior. Further up, you can hear sort of the sound of these servitors tussling through the hallways and repairing things. You can hear them welding, and occasionally some of the manholes fall down or open, and the servitor will appear. In the hall itself, a little bit further in, you will find rows and rows of old bookcases. And most of them look fairly trivial. Would you like to do anything down here, Samuel?
I'm just going to study as much as I can on rogue traders in general. Anything that I can grasp at in regards to the family, as well as any kind of connections that they might have, based on what I've already known.
Awesome. You can do a... Let's see here. You can do a scrutiny. Let's do a linguistics test, -10. Linguistics High Gothic.
That's 3 degrees of success with
Nice.
With one of infused knowledge.
Very nice. You're gonna pull out a book that is fastened with a light chain that kind of loosens from the shelf. It is the only book that has this chain to it. As you pull it down, you can barely flip through the pages with the chain fully extended. The title is Sailing into the Light. A Captain's Tale Through Cyclopia. As you start to read, it seems to be this rogue trader's personal journal. Do you want to spend the rest of the trip reading this, or look for more?
I'm gonna flip through I'm gonna flip through a couple of entries, see how relevant it is to me. If it's, I'm just trying to make maximal effort of these 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
So if it seems like it would glean a particular insight, then yes. Otherwise, I'm going to pull out another book.
Yeah, I mean this definitely gives insight into rogue trader everyday life, what they're like, what their likes and dislikes are, what they're looking for, what kind of interests they have, how they interact, that sort of thing. It would be useful if you're looking to learn that sort of thing. Definitely. If you're looking to learn about rogue traders.
Okay, I'll continue on.
Alright. You'll find an old comfortable chair. The chain can be detached from the shelf. Would you like to do that?
I'll do so.
Okay. You sort of pull the book down in the chair and sit down to read. You can roll an intelligence test.
3 degrees of success.
Awesome. You gain pair rogue traders. It's a talent.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes. As the rest of you gather upstairs, the mysterious man with black clothes can be seen sort of scouring, giving you bad looks as you pass by.
Just before we actually do that, Duskin will come across the comms and ask Stefan if... Stefan, could you join me in my quarters for 2 moments before we head off?
Very well. Just a second, I'm preparing the final touches. And eventually, after around 3 more minutes, Stefan shows up in what seems to be a very impressive getup. You see him wearing what seems to be a dark orange vest on one side and black on the other, that which is overlaid by the orange, and with quite an intriguing design. Floral, it may seem arcane. His pants, of course, that seem to be one of court nobles, black, straight. He wears a cravat and shirt, bright white, that obfuscates his neck. Over his getup, which seems quite round and welcoming, is a coat. This coat, dark, even of a darker orange, with just the same look as the vest on the outside. On the inside, it seems like a still image of the Pillars of Eternity, a nebula long lost to history, to how physics work. However, a captured image seems to show on it. When Stefan stops moving, the image stops moving. When he moves, it seems as the inside of his throat show a panoramic view around the nebula. This coat is quite pointy, as well as his shoes, threatening, a quite imposive nature to those that approach, a stark contrast to what the other points of his suit represent. Something that threatens to be admired, but from a distance. A golden chain over the neck pieces of the coat rests in front of the cravat. Not obfuscating, but certainly noticeable. You have called for me, Dustin.
As Dustin turns round, he'll just look him up and down, dressing to impress.
I never dress to impress, Dustin. I always dress to oppress.
Well, you'll see Duskin has basically not actually changed, as only added an Aquila chain to his front. On the desk, however, you will actually see look like old mission reports, which have been handwritten. Some you can recognise in Duskin's hand, and some in about 2 to 3 others' hands. Quick scan of the text will see that what he called it was to deal with hunting psychers and ways of preventing them from getting in your head. As Duskin, what he called it, notices Stefan looking at it, he'll say, "Yes, my main concern. As we have seen in the past, they have a way of getting inside our heads. How much information does she actually know about us?"
She knows we're in position. She knows my previous rank. That's pretty much it. Whether she knows that we're under investigation of the Ordos Hereticus, I highly doubt this. You can see one of his hands going through his, what you just noticed now, just how long his hair has grown. Currently wearing it in a ponytail, as he begins to stretch the thin skin that covers most of his right side of his neck. That glove, it's in stark contrast to the one on his left hand. This one seems a bit more armored, with strange metal pieces on the point and towards the middle finger and the index.
Digital weapons?
Excuse me?
Your glove? Digital weapons?
No, I could never afford such a thing. The Inquisition does not possess the resources to stockpile such weapons. Besides...
Okay. Well, my main reason for asking you to come down here is, how do you wish me to act? What do you call it? I am obviously, my legend is as a lowly storm. I've never really had, quite frankly, any experience with the Ministorum, apart from obviously regimental preaching sessions. Any tips?
The Ministorum. Well, I can give you a crash course. Mutter prayers. Act as if you bless everything you see. And stand close to Samuel. Nobles will either ignore you or look at you for a few seconds, nor then look at Samuel.
Okay. Your boots have a scuff in them.
Nonsense, I did. Heck, priest.
We'll hand them a wee bit of boot polish and a cloth.
Appreciate it.
Okay, well, once you're done, I suppose we may as well get this show on the road.
Yes, my mask is yet to be ready. Yet I expect for it to also be polished. I pray that Salmakerikor managed to use the rest of the chameleon line cloth provided for it.
And, well, he's been talking. I'll obviously get the papers together and I'll put them into a safe. And turn around, look at Stefan and say, if you would look away, my lord.
Of course. One more thing. Do be aware that you should not compare a navigator to a cycle. For your safety.
I'm aware.
Good.
I will attempt to temper myself.
Appreciate it. You're welcome to give me advice whenever it's available. I find it to be quite useful. As of late. And I hope it would be at a better time, as Stefan remembers something. In regards to our previous promise, proof that I have upheld my end of the deal, and he gives you what seems to be documents in a sealed document for you to review at your own leisure.
I will put them with the rest of the documents, put them into the safe.
This is personal to you.
Well, I understand what you're saying. But I do not believe that with our little robed-clad friend running about and where we're about to go, it's best to take it with me.
I agree.
So I shall leave it here, where I can see if things have been.
It's, however, I hope that you understand that it's in regards to her. The girl.
I do.
Very well.
I thank you. And we'll lock up the safe, and well, his back's turned. We'll put several threads of something across the front of it. And then on the way out through the door, again, lock the door and put several threads, which are next to possible to see with the naked eye.
Awesome. You get an inspiration point, Lucian. And as you are approaching the station, I want y'all to roll a d100 for me. The rule about this is a random encounter roll or random event roll. Anyone can roll it.
54.
Alright. As you begin to approach the station and take a little turn, the dashboard is going to light up where the comm systems are. You are being hailed by someone.
Send a transmission through, Dusty.
Jericho, sitting right next to the table, will sort of look back. Looks like an Inquisition channel. Should I open it?
Oh, they're hailing us after all.
He will flick a switch. As it starts to light up, you hear a distant voice. This is Quintinius. Can you hear me?
Hail, Quintinius. This is the spirit of man and co.
Right. Hey guys, just a quick heads up. We'll be returning to the Jarhead world and pick up some more cannon fodder. We'll return. There's a message from Sun. He clears his throat. You can hear that he sounds a little shaky.
Stefan stretching his once missing eye, worried by what High Command might be interested. Very well, Father is ready to receive the message.
It's kind of cryptic, but I know you guys like that sort of thing. Let's see. You can hear him sort of fibbling with some scroll. Like shadows follow in the sun, but leave in the dark. Our path will join before the jump. Looks like that's it.
Very well. Thank you. Now, best we not maintain this connection further. We do not know who may be able to hijack it.
Right. Is everything well there with the new guests?
Some small altercation, yet it was resolved diplomatically.
Good to hear.
Not an altercation, it was a test. See if he could be useful for us.
The line will break. Jericho, with his eyebrows raised, sort of leaned forward and shut down the comm system.
So the Inquisitor is planning to meet us after we have deduced where Askellon 1 is, just before the jump. Excellent.
Any of you listening to the call can do a Scholastic Lore Philosophiles, -40.
I do not have Scholastic Lore, but I have...
Anyone near the cockpit who would have realistically heard the conversation?
6 degrees. Oh wait, sorry. 2 degrees of success.
Mm,
4 degrees of
I'm
success.
gonna have to rule that you're in the hold, Samuel,
Yeah.
and that you would not have heard the conversation.
Okay.
Alright. James?
Same thing for him probably then.
Yeah, you're in the
Yeah,
sick
all
bay.
good.
I'm gonna use an ability to reroll that.
Okay.
With him. What's that?
Hmm.
Oh my god, give me a fucking break. I fail.
I'm gonna roll for Jericho too. Just for fun. Oh my god!
Fucker, hit
What
a
the
nat 1.
fuck? I rolled a nat 1.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Jericho, the real hero.
But
Just give it
Jericho
away.
is like, are we even alive? Define life.
Just giving away the tips for free here. Yeah, he's gonna turn around and be like, "Hey, isn't that That sounds like an old saying from Terra. How does it go? The first sentence. Do you know what I'm talking about, Stefan?
I'm afraid I have very little talent.
Like shadows, following the sun, leaving the dark. Yeah. Kind of sounds like that old saying. You know.
If anyone else was there besides Stefan.
Fuck off. Maybe you shouldn't be so busy fucking with your servitors.
Give me orders, Captain. Give me orders, Captain Stefan.
Well, fucking do
Jericho
your
will
job
kind
and
of
fucking with it.
mumble. I think it goes something like false friends are like shadows. They follow you in the light but leave you in the dark. He gives you a puzzled look.
A warning.
I don't know.
Excellent, yes.
So, being that I was in the hallway, would I be in the room right now to decipher this information?
You would eventually surface and hear them talking about this. Yeah.
What's with all the puzzled looks?
Well, we have received what seems to be a warning from High Command.
A warning?
Yes, as to be careful in regards to how much we can trust House Brabazom.
Wasn't that already fairly known? How much more
Yes.
knowledge can we gain?
Surprisingly, a lot. The house head is quite a diplomat. She
I
does
know
not-
the sort.
Yes, she does not lay all her chips on the table and always has something hidden besides under her sleeve.
An old ace in the hole, as they used to say.
Yes. However, the Inquisitor
The message
just...
was something about false friends in the night, or
Indeed. Something similar to it.
Wait, how did that go?
False friends are like shadows. They follow you in the light but leave you in the dark.
Is there anything that I can cross-reference to see if there's any secondary reference that might mean?
Do a logic test -30.
Logic. I have a calculus logi, by the way, so that's -20. 7 successes.
Man, what good rolls. I'll kill for those rolls.
Yeah, this is an old Inquisition saying, and it basically deals with traitors in the Inquisition itself. It refers to an Inquisition traitor, essentially.
Samuel's face darkens. I've heard of this phrase, and aside from the obvious surface meaning, it also refers to traitors. We should tread exceptionally lightly.
In regards to the noble house.
Oh, absolutely. We should treat them as friends, as always, but knowing that they could have a knife at our back at any time.
but you said it was an Inquisition saying to be wary of traitors. So, the
Indeed.
traitors within the Inquisition?
This is entirely possible, yes. But we should watch ourselves with even more vigilance.
Credit. I shall take appropriate measures. As he moves to his, well, I would say command throne, presses a button. You hear Doc in the med bay. You hear the megaphones. drawn to life, and Stefan says, "Doc, please be on your best behavior moving forward." And after which, Stefan will lift his finger and says, "If taken the appropriate measures, Emperor will do the rest."
You can hear this beeping on the dashboard.
Who's hailing us?
No one. As you look ahead, Jericho can be seen looking at the navigational tools. As he looks out in the horizon, he sort of looks back at you. It's an unknown signature. Unknown origin. What do we do?
Very well, then I believe we should all take caution and prepare battle stations.
As he stands up, he looks over to the warp portal or gate that is very visibly beaming in the horizon. You can see he's sort of squinting a little bit there. There's some kind of shadow.
At the warp gate.
I want you to roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Whoever is the pilot.
I think that would be Jericho. Oh boy, we're doing the system ship battle.
No, only player characters can be a crew. And
I think Dustin will take both gunnery and pilot.
now we get to test out our combat system. So
Yeah.
everybody, get your rolls ready so you know what to do.
Okay, so I've been shifted position to pilot then, eh?
No, you take both the gunnery and the both the bridge and the gunnery. However, if you take a gunnery action, you cannot take a bridge action.
We're gonna do this very quickly, and if you spend more than 30 seconds, I will skip your turn.
Yeah.
Let us begin.
So, Doc is captain. I'll be comms. Ripsa, you'll be engineering. Correct. Fuck, Ripsa is gone. Doc is gone.
Uh-oh.
Doc!
Looks like you're struggling a bit, guys. What a shame. What a shame.
Man, dip and dive. Very nice. Okay, I'll take the fucking captains as well.
Wait, how did we lose them both at the same time? Saboteurs.
Yeah, you're falling apart.
Samuel, how good is your security?
Not very good. I'm better on the bridge.
Yeah, fuck it. You take the captains. So, Samuel, what's your fellowship bonus?
Fellowship is... 6 plus 6.
Nice. Max fellowship. We will start with 3 command points.
Excellent.
I will take... Fuck. Engineering? Yeah, fuck it. I'll take engineering and comms.
Excellent.
Do you have all your stations ready? You don't have to use them all, man.
Yeah, no, we don't need to use them, but you know.
Right.
Anyway, Dustin, roll initiative. Dustin, if you leave me by
Yeah. No. I'm
Everybody's gone.
I'm just
Come on,
actually
guys.
trying to. Right, where am I? Token. Oh, I've just got a lot of tabs open now.
Your thing is on the screen.
I got it.
We have that.
Not great.
You have an agility of 6, right?
I rolled a 7 in total.
Nice.
What do you have?
We got a 10.
Alright, you begin. Go for it.
Okay, we have a fighter and a... what seems to be cruiser. Nice.
A fighter and a cruiser.
Yep.
I say we get the hell out of Dodge.
Agreed. Fully. However, I fear that our ship maneuverability is subpar to that of the enemy fighter.
Okay, so what's the plan then, Captain?
Well, technically I'm not a captain, but remove the fighter, then proceed to exfiltrate.
Okay,
If possible. If not, we'll rip them to shreds, hopefully.
where is it? Where is it? There he is there. Okay.
They are outside our weapon range.
Yeah, they're outside our weapon range, but doesn't mean that we can't. We're probably going to be faster than the cruiser at least. If we burn the other way.
Correct. Samuel, can you use support bridge? Support department?
I will use support department, and I'll divert in. I'll go ahead and support engineering.
Okay.
That's you'll just hear. Doo, 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 doo. Oh, sorry, that was me.
I will go to engineering and use divert power to engines
Nice.
for free due to having support from the captain. Fuck. Man, I should really
Alright.
know my own system.
And do you want to move? I'm guessing.
Dustin, do you wish to...
Yeah, we're burning the other direction.
Okay.
We can either move or attempt escape, and if we manage to defeat their fastest moving vehicle, 3 times, we...
Okay, so
Of course they can
Perfect.
pursue us, but hopefully they fail.
perfect. Except I don't have 4 command points.
Fuck!
Yep, so we're just burning the hell away from them.
Sick. You roll.
We can. There is a way that we can gain 1 more, and that's by going into the fire, accept a crew loss crisis, and gain your willpower bonus plus 1 in command points.
I would not recommend it. I would not recommend
Yeah,
it.
we would have to do that 3 times at that.
The divert power to engines requires only 1 thing, but just a one-time use, so next time we will have... I can use do your duty and have 4. Use evasive maneuvers, Tuscan, if you can.
That's me. So I'll go ahead and do so. Okay, so
Isn't the pilot?
I am the pilot.
Oh, you are the pilot.
I'm the pilot.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
No,
evasive maneuvers.
You did a captain action. You cannot also be the pilot if you did that.
Since you're lacking crew, I'll let you overlap.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll just yell this over the microphone. Buckle up. We're gonna do. We're rotating now. On my mark.
Yeah, Samuel, seeing that you're missing crew, he's gonna just jump into the pilot seat, immediately start like flicking the stick over to the side, and the ship will do jolt sort of to the left. You can hear this big creaking noise as the ship starts to slowly steer over to the side. Engines going to max.
Okay, so evasive maneuvers minus 20. 4 degrees of success.
Nice.
So 4 armor.
So we have 39.
Yeah.
And you'll hear what they call Duskin coming over the comms and saying, "Please give me a little bit of warning before we actually sort of do these maneuvers. I'm trying to keep a beat on him, but it's kind of difficult when I'm fighting you as well as him."
Careful, Dustin. Should you fire the weapons, the engine will lose power.
I know. Leave it with me.
Very well. And I think that's done. Oh, actually, we
Awesome.
can move one more space to the back with our one command point.
Remember, navigate surface in order to move.
Navigate aeronautica.
Aeronautica, yeah.
Operate aeronautica. I forgot to change it from void ship. Apologies.
Okay, so that's intelligence roll again?
No, it's just we just moved to the second node to the left.
Oh, we just automatically move?
Just
Okay.
one node
Nope.
to the left.
You need to roll operate.
Oh,
no.
my bad.
I changed it.
Okay. Good luck.
Operate with plus 30 modifier. The ship has minus 40, so
Plus 30, okay. One
Oh,
degree
success.
success.
Why does he have plus 30?
From engines to power. No, what was it? Divert power to engines. You know, when we don't use our weapons, but we gain maneuverability equal to my tech use level.
You gain what?
The ship gains maneuverability equal to the person that did this action's tech use level times 10.
Times 10?
Yeah, so it's a plus 30 because I have level 3.
Oh, yeah, like that. Okay, now I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying. Yeah. Yep, that's legit. But you also have a minus 40 from the ship maneuverability, so that's a...
Minus 10.
You end up with a minus 10 modifier.
So
Not a
that's success with just flat success then?
I think.
No,
No, it's a failure.
that's a fail. Unfortunately, you stay
Just
stuck
barely.
where you are. And you can try again if you have one more CP.
Nope, that's it.
Nope, that's it.
The Nightwing is going to approach immediately as you look over to the rear Picts. You will see a very nimble fighter that is sort of flickering back and forth in a waving formation as it's approaching you extremely quickly. The larger ship is not. It is your turn.
Samuel, you're doing. Samuel, leave the bridge actions to Dustin. He's a better pilot. No offense.
Okay, just rewrite it. Here, okay, so...
Stefan will do his duty and give us 4 command points. So a total of 4 command points instead of 3. And that's
okay,
it.
and if we switch this over to here and move this over there, and hopefully we don't die. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get us the hell out of here while he's still out of range. So, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen.
So are you gonna roll a opposed operate?
I am going to attempt it.
It's operate aeronautica with minus 10 from the ship.
Nice, Samuel. Is yeah, all of you can take 2 rolls. Any rolls you would like.
Clear.
Ah, so close too.
Use inspiration.
I am planning to.
You can indeed.
Yep.
You can use inspiration to reroll anything that doesn't deal damage.
Also, you should also roll Morten.
Roll what?
So what's the point in rolling if I fail though?
An operate.
Deal with minus.
Oh, you're trying to get away. You're trying to get
Yeah.
away.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bad roll. Oof. Looks like I don't need to roll.
Can I give my inspiration to re-roll that? To
No,
have
you
him-
can only reroll once.
Oh, that's true.
Regardless.
But we
of
can
what you
still
use-
give inspiration, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Regardless of what you use, fate point, inspiration, you can only reroll once ever.
Right.
The
Oh,
Nightwing. Oh,
Wait,
okay, go ahead.
we still have two more. Either. Do you think you can move us 200 meters to the left? Use the remaining 2 points to go to the left? That's it?
Can try.
Okay.
Oh damn!
another
You didn't have
minus
control of
10.
the ship. Now you have. You didn't control the token before. I just gave you control.
Right, okay, so it's minus what?
10. Hey man, better than the minus 40.
1 degree of success.
Nice.
There we go. Just barely cutting it close.
Sick.
Okay, we're done.
The rolls are awful.
So you moved 2 times, is that right?
Yeah, you should roll again, Dustin. For that.
Oh, you're just pushing it now.
69.
69, yes!
Yes, the best roll.
Best boy. Let's fucking go!
65.
All right,
One
all right.
additional
You're working
degree.
your way down.
Yeah,
It's going in the right
we're
direction.
getting lower. We're getting lower.
The Nightwing is going to keep following, and it's moving very quickly. It seems to be quite a lot faster than your ship. And the large ship is also moving at this point. Let's see how far away it is. That's 700 meters. Have I got something? Nope. Your turn.
Bro, do you think maybe we should switch to 50 meters next time?
Ah, so good.
Okay, so
Same thing, Stefan does his duty, I presume Samuel supports the bridge. So it's up to you, my dude. No pressure.
so if we actually make it towards the end, we escape or
Nah,
No.
nah, it continues. We just reset it, we just pull it like this.
Ah,
Boom.
right, okay.
Yep.
Sucks. Right.
However, of course, if you get the max distance, which is a lot of meters, then you get away.
Okay. I'm just gonna do the same again then. Because
When they inevitably catch up to us, I'm gonna head over to the gunnery. But until then, let's try to get as much distance away from them as possible.
Smart. Yep.
If we manage to isolate the Nightwing, that'd be great.
that's basically what I'm actually trying to do
Got it.
at the moment. Basically, get him hopefully close out of
Let's
the way.
just save time and say that you do that, because
Okay.
we don't want to spend too much time. You've successfully isolated the Nightwing. The other ship is nowhere in sight.
Kick its ass, Dustin.
And I'm also going to move it
Okay.
1 square faster, because that's average speed that it would sort of catch up with you. It's
Good
your turn.
people, hold on to your hats, and he's just going to yank back on the stick. You'll feel a massive drop in your stomach as the artificial gravity kicks in and the thing just flips round. And now we're actually heading towards him. And Ken is going to then bring up the called aiming reticules.
Nice.
And 600 meters.
The
Basically,
battle
we're just-
cannon?
Yeah,
Yeah, we still have the battle cannon, and the Melta autocannon can fire at 3 times maximum range right now.
Yeah, but it's a minus 20 to hit it.
Yep, just
I mean,
hold
Better
your
minus 20
horses.
than nothing.
Fair point.
Hold your horses. Just everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. I've got this. That's the turnover.
Sick.
Aren't you gonna also roll for the evasive maneuvers? To get some extra armor, just in case.
I just said the turn was over, and I forgot about that, so...
Well, fuck you, I'm gonna roll then mine. Sensor coast, fuck off. I said I want extra armor. As Stefan throws from the command throne what seems to be a punch card into the Cogitator network to the right, meticulously using his precise aim to insert it, and the noosphere around the ship begins to distort the enemy's sensor as I try to buy time as I find security.
Excellent description. You get an inspiration point.
Surely that has to be at least a minus 40 ballistics check.
Sensor rolls, says extra armor. We get 5 armor.
Sick.
And do we have any more command points remaining?
But not that I know of.
Okay. I'm just gonna run up to the gunnery then. Prepare.
Beautiful. The Nightwing is going to move that much closer. Now being in range. Let's see what it's got. Alright. You're obviously not going to hear this in space, but we do it anyway. This huge beam of last fire will start to illuminate the blackness of space. Suddenly you will feel your ship shake as it at least graces the side of your ship.
And it hits the void shield.
Nice. Yeah, and then you can see your void shield activating. It's this blue sort of surface, almost like an eggshell surrounding your ship. And it just starts shimmering and flickering. And when it ends, the last fire ends as well. And the ship is going to fire its lances.
Okay, I think we avoided a bad one, but that does not block.
The lances are pretty nasty though.
Yeah, well, we're taking that. Give it to me, boy.
You're gonna see this bright, almost star-like lights start to approach the ship. And as you're moving to the side and trying to evade, it's almost following you. And in the end, it is going to hit the ship.
Void shields ain't gonna catch them in time. Brace.
Also, there's a slight shake in the ship. As you inspect the various readings on the dashboard, the ship has taken no damage. It is your turn.
Oh, thank God.
So on the flight console, it's going to be going beep, 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 and Dustin's just going to go hit it. It's just going to stop.
Morten, can you do it? Can you do it, please?
Yeah. Let's go, baby. We got this. We got all the sound effects.
The GM slashing my man.
Nah.
And with a thump, Dustin brings his hands down, and the beeping stops. And he goes, "I'm pretty sure that wasn't important. Don't worry about it. Couple of red lights, but we'll deal with that later. Anyway, Samuel, we're going straight at him, and with everything you've got.
Roger that.
Necessary, we'll go through him.
Very well. Samuel, who are you gonna support first?
Let's go ahead and support the bridge. I just want to make sure that we can actually get in close. We can get in close. Take it out in one shot if we can.
Stefan will... You know what? Fuck this. Stefan will go above and beyond. Although the Void Shell managed to hit, stop the first target, distraught by the fact that it was incapable of stopping the lances and only the reassurance of their armor managed to save themselves, he will have to contort himself as to reach the release valve for the extended flux of the Void shields, as to increase their maneuverability and their capabilities to sustain heavy fire. And I would like to roll for above and beyond.
Yeah.
Do I get an easier roll other than minus 30?
You're working well as a team. Go ahead and do a minus 20.
Okay. I'm gonna roll for acrobatics as I'm trying to enter the tight compartments.
Okay. can't
It's a
see the
flash.
roll if you're rolling.
It's actually I can't see it either. Can everyone see it?
Nope.
I don't see any roll.
Roll again.
Oh, there it is.
Successful.
Oh, there we go.
Sick.
I forgot what do your duty does. So above and beyond. Sorry.
Hold on.
Don't push yourself.
By the way,
pick
is the effects at the bottom, is that from Stars Without Numbers or Dark Heresy?
up, the effects. As
Crew
in.
lost, cargo lost.
Oh,
blah, blah,
from
blah.
Stars Without Numbers.
Yeah,
I-
because it's kind of similar
didn't
to Dark
get-
Heresy, but a little bit
Oh,
different.
really?
A
Okay.
little bit.
Push yourself to help the ship or its crew. Pick a skill check and explain how you're using it to help the ship. If the GM agrees, roll it against difficulty established by the GM. On success, you gain half the chosen characteristics of the bonus command points +1. Failure, take 1 -1.
Plus 2 command points, so we have 5 command points.
And is this cumulative? Does it last every round or just this one?
No,
No, it's not cumulative.
Oh,
It
check
resets
this
every
one.
round.
Alright.
and you cannot use the same skill for above and beyond twice.
I mean, it's up to you. What do you think is fair?
I think that Stars Without Numbers got it right, and not to toot my own horn, but yeah,
Sounds
we
good.
have 5 instead of 3 for this round.
Okay.
And Stefan can't do anything else.
What is that doing?
Just we got through 5 command points this round.
Yeah.
That's it. Instead of 3. That's it. So yeah, the rest of you have fun.
What do you do?
I'm gonna say over the speakers, a little bit closer, little bit closer.
Well, I say just head in with everything you've got from here, and then we can do some evasive maneuvers.
No, you can get closer with 2 points, and you will totally hit it.
And then fire. Yeah.
Just roll. I run out it up twice. Come on, man. I believe in you. With -10 instead of -40, because he hasn't fired yet.
Right.
Aeronautica, okay.
Fucking hell.
Fuck yes.
Awesome.
That's one move.
Good roll. Okay, so
Got
you'll immediately take a U-turn and the thrusters will turn on. It is an incredibly powerful ship, and the thrusters are very quick to fire up. You immediately start to go straight towards it, and it's almost like this dare where you're both flying straight towards each other.
5 degrees additional.
You are now very close to it. You can see
Okay.
you can see the blue, purplish, shimmering surface of it, and it seems to be moving with in a strange, like erratic pattern, shifting up and down. It doesn't seem to follow the same rules as you as it moves.
Okay, I'm just going to keep our nose on it, hit him with everything you've got, and if that doesn't work, we'll take him out the old-fashioned way.
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and fire all guns. I'm going to sync up all 3 systems and then pull on a lever, press a red button.
Awesome.
Okay, so no aim for any of these. And is this standard range, point blank? Standard range, right?
We don't use those rules.
We don't use those.
As the, what do you call it?
Oh yeah, no, the range rules. My brain is jamming. Yeah,
Yeah,
We use the range.
it depends on the gun.
that's right.
Yeah, so let's see. No aim. 200 meters away, so that's
Short time.
short range.
It depends. I mean, which gun you're
If the
using.
weapon has 400 each.
And this is the Melta, so this is...
It's standard range then. It's not short.
Okay. Then range. ROF is just
Rate of
is
fire.
this,
Rate of
Single,
Is
and
this,
the one in the
uh,
middle is semi-auto, and the one all the way to the right is full auto.
right, so it should be full auto. So rate of fire is 6.
Yeah.
Rate of fire is 6. That means
Modifier
that
is 0s.
for every degree of success, you have an additional hit.
Right. Oh, that's... I'm throwing inspiration on that.
You cannot. It's an attack.
Faith point, maybe. If you dare.
You can use a fate point.
I would like to use a fate point.
Yes. Let's see. Target -10. You did something wrong here. You typed in a plus on the bonus. So don't type anything ahead of the number. Just the
I didn't
number.
type anything.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
It's 0.
no, that's the sheet doing its thing. No, I didn't type anything.
Okay.
It's -10 from the attack type. Full auto is -10. Or
Yeah.
wait, target -10? What the fuck?
It's because the
target
stats in the
-10.
sheet. It's because the stats in the sheet are 0. Because the sheet is using another.
Add
characteristic.
add the sheet instead of 0. Add your ballistic skill to the ship.
Right.
Ah, that makes way more sense. Okay, so that was a 63, that was a 59, that would have been a success.
Yeah. That's a success.
Okay, let me just put in my ballistic skill instead of that.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna reroll that.
Okay.
Ooh, tempting fate.
3 degrees of
Nice.
success.
4 hits.
That's for it.
Does it evade?
No,
No.
there's no longer a dodge.
Yeah, it is. Fighters, if it's a fighter, it can dodge. It doesn't have
Stefan?
void shields, but it can dodge.
Devon,
what?
be quiet.
Oh,
With what? That's the thing. With what?
Stop.
Stefan,
Okay.
help me out there, bro.
okay.
I'm this little alien trying to make my way in space.
Is it okay? Is it a fighter? Is it a fighter
Yeah,
class?
it's a fighter.
Okay, it means that it's weaker than a normal ship. It does not have void shields, but it can use Jink.
You can use what?
Jink, which is basically dodge for vehicles.
No. We're moving away from Jink. We're not
Okay,
gonna,
we're moving away. Fuck them up, Samuel. Roll that
Okay.
damage.
nah, we're not gonna use the dodge stuff anymore. Fuck that.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Okay, I'm gonna have to make that ship bigger
No more
to
Jink.
see. No more Jink. Oh my god, fucking Righteous Fury, nice.
Sick.
You do realize that you have to roll it 3 more times,
Oh my
right?
god, it's 2 natural 10s.
Oh my god! Samuel, you fucking animal!
Jesus Christ.
This is hitting him right in the eyeball. My lord. That's a lot of damage. Oof.
Okay, what's the ship's armor?
Aye. His ship's armor is 20.
Okay, so 20, that would be 25.
And the shield did not hold it, so it goes through the shield.
Nice. So, let's do some quick maths. 25 plus 18... Fuck. Man, we got really lucky with those high damage values.
That was nice.
Seriously, Jesus.
So, 20 armor and no shield.
Okay, so 25 plus...
Roll a d5 as well, Samuel.
I'm doing some maths. I'm opening the calculator, Morten.
Do it.
Do it.
5.
Crap. That's... What's the location
Bro,
there?
that's max. Samuel, chill! You also have to roll damage 1 more time.
Let's see, you rolled a 59, that's a
just
95. That's gonna be the turret that you're hitting.
Oh,
So you're hitting its main turret.
We hit its main turret and it may go through the entire ship.
Probably, let's be honest. So, the largest turret. The turret loses power, and everything stops working. The turret and the weapons contained within are undamaged, but nothing has any power, and thus weapons no longer fire. The turret itself cannot rotate until power systems are repaired. The turret this is a site communication equipment. So these cease to operate. Alright, it is fucked. So you're gonna see that.
I finished my damage calculation. 72 damage with armor 20.
So what's gonna happen is that you fire the Melta autocannon as you get closer, and like the first one grazes the shield, and you see it sort of disappearing into the ship, almost like it's being absorbed into it, and it seems like nothing happens. You fire 2 more. You see the cannon underneath the ship exploding, and then instantly, like a ricochet, all of the melta inside the ship start to explode, and you see the whole thing just tear apart. And a sort of purple-yellow light slowly dissipates and just flies past you to the side. The ship is gone.
Dustin, while we still have the upper hand, move us as close as possible to the space station. Disengage the rest of the enemy vessels.
Roger that, and just want to say that is how it's done.
And Stefan exhales, fuck yeah, and she notices that his brand new coat is dusted. This is the last time I go through the guts of this ship.
You get an inspiration point, and as Duskin starts to glide towards the station, all of you see that the larger ship is gone. And after about half an hour, you all gather on the bridge as you start to approach the large space station in front of you. You are being hailed, and you can see sort of among the dark glittering stars in front of you this gigantic semi-mobile space station emerging. Its size is overwhelming, and among some of the docking stations and landing platforms you can see ships of all different sizes. Some of them are familiar trade houses, they carry their banners. Others are visibly rogue trader pattern ships. The space station is of ancient design, and as you get closer and the lights stop being so blinding, you can see launch bays and torpedo silos on every quadrant. The station, you estimate, houses probably tens of thousands of workers and visitors. You are quickly hailed, beamed closer to the docking station as your ship is possessed, and you glide slowly down to this rectangular lumen into a docking station. Would you like to do or say anything else?
Duskin would like to run the schematics of the actual fight to see what they were actually fighting.
Yes.
See if there's any sort of profile on the databanks.
Yes. You can. Hold on. You can do a Forbidden Lore Eldar or a Inquisition lore.
Vaguely, failure with -3, so vaguely looks familiar, but...
Yeah. As the ship is gripped by something, you can feel it shake once, and as the lights sort of fade, you look out the window, and you can see these pistons slowly gliding to attach to your ship, as you are slowly being descended down to ground level. The hangar is dark. As you look out the window, servitors monitored by a tech priest approach and start cleaning, maintaining the ship. As you sit there, ready to exit, you can have a little roleplay scene and prepare. As I'll be right back.
So, I'm assuming Samuel's come back down to the cockpit, yeah?
Yeah, I've deactivated all of the weapons. I powered them down. Come down a little bit sweaty under the pits. And I'm gonna say, well done. Good flying.
He's gonna put his hand out and slap you on the shoulder and said, "I'm good shooting."
I'm just gonna chuckle and
Pity we didn't get a cruiser
Nothing to
kill
it.
as well, but sure.
do we have any idea what that thing was?
Computers have come up with something. It looks vaguely familiar. Some Xenos, but no, I don't actually know what.
Whatever it was using solar sail technology. It had no propulsion system, it was using the radiation from the sun. That's why it moved so erratically.
Well, I don't know what type it was, but we all know who uses solar sail technology.
Yes, unfortunately. There is very little to gain from such engagements. What's our ammunition report? By my estimation, we will be able to fire the Melta weaponry 2 more times.
That's not good.
I concur.
Okay. I'd love to say that what it could. I'll try to get some, but
Well,
my
it will.
knowledge of these black market contacts are a little bit beyond my skill set.
It's
Tell
not
you-
it's not the issue of a black market contact, it's the issue of how obvious it is. The ammunition for such weaponry is quite rare, and someone buying such ammunition will leave a footprint or a paperwork somewhere. People will talk.
What about the Navigator House?
I think that I've learned enough about these people to know their ways. There are ways to be a little bit more subtle about things. You know, a
What
certain
about-
person met another person and all of a sudden that person disappeared, but suddenly those arms traded hands with another person. You know, things get lost in the mix.
I concur. I am able to mitigate the damage to our subtlety, however, it will take some bribes and resources. At the
So,
very
is this something
Sam's
that
gonna
we
put his finger right on his nose and say, exactly.
Is this something that we could maybe ask the house to get us?
I can try to charm the heartless witch, probably offer us some boons, depending on what she wishes.
We already made them the main Navigator House in Circus Magnus. So,
One of them, and they barely had a footprint there. Don't know the greater view of which of the houses has more influence in Blood McQueen.
well, she's still. Well, put it this way: we put her in the game.
Of course, I fully understand what you're saying, and that's that's a very good viewpoint. I'm glad that you have learned a bit of statecraft last year.
What can I say here? Possibly, unfortunately, rubbing off on me.
My condolences.
So,
There is
were
other
we?
reports as well that one must take in consideration. Along with the secret message, we have also received a profile. There is a contact on station. An inquisitorial one.
You have a name?
I believe his name is Matthias Ibrich. I have copied details on data slates. Feel free to look into it. Seems to be quite the rookie. And a cycle, which will prove useful.
Let's just hope that it's not the shadow.
Agreed. As you see, his undercover name is Licinius Dolven. Apologies if I butcher it. It's Stefan Zlemnozhian absent at work.
So he's the contact for our potential traitor?
No, I don't believe
No.
so. He was tasked with gathering information, but, well, the Blood McQueen system as a whole, from what I gathered. I believe I've met him from somewhere, yet the name in itself does not bring any memories. Perhaps once I see him or hear his voice, I will be able to tell you more, but I doubt it. He might as well introduce himself.
I find that concerning that you don't remember him.
Well, people remember others differently. I don't remember names as well as I wish to. I associate information with either images or sounds.
We confirmed he's fully sanctioned.
Indeed, he was tested on Terra. I know
On Terra? Really?
Yes.
Perhaps
Or-
for this one I will make an exception.
Yes, I ask of you to be more docile to your approach, but I've noticed you've taken steps in this regard yourself.
Yes, the Rund was a fortunate eye-opener.
Mm.
Sometimes a psyker is required as a tool that is needed. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll welcome him with open arms until such times as calls the legions of hell upon us.
It is what I asked of you. And I thank you for your effort.
I said I'd try.
I ask nothing more than that.
So the servitors seem to have done their spit and clean and polish of our ships. Shall we embark and get this unfortunate business done with?
Yes, I believe Somakri will be pleased by the fact that we managed to cause no internal damage in combat.
Well,
What do
minor scuffs to the paintwork.
By the way, Samuel, very fine shooting.
I think that we all did fairly well considering it was our first time on this ship, but maybe a little bit more in terms of improving our flow would be necessary later on. One should hope not.
Hopefully, indeed.
Hopefully not. She is a bit heavy, shall we say. But not a lean fighter. Bit of a heavy set.
I agree, it was meant to have low emissions and for smuggling, which I find it surprising that it has been targeted so often. 2 times, no less. Such a small space of time.
Almost as though they knew exactly where we were.
Agreed. Amazing that someone talked. Which just proves that our Inquisitor was right.
That you believed he was wrong?
I am sometimes hopeful that we are overcautious, yet unfortunately most of the time I am proved wrong in this regard, time and time again. Yet one can only hope.
Well, let's put our paint on and be the happy, joyful traders that we are.
Here, in the names of Prophet and of Throne, the only God we know.
Well, after you, gentlemen.
Also, how does Samuel look for the court of a noble? What clothing do you have, Samuel?
My clothing kind of mirrors yours, though less ostentatious. It's definitely more becoming of some kind of official. Instead of the shotgun, I actually have like a sniper rifle, which kind of belays the way that I like to operate. It is stripped down, though, put away. Aside from that, I have instead of my usual look, duster, or rather a trench coat and hat, I'm just wearing that kind of outfit. I have a pin on my right chest, as well as a small amulet. But it otherwise parallels your clothes in terms of color scheme and general look.
I forgot to mention some stuff now that you mentioned. The coat goes almost to the legs as if to touch the ground, but you see small maglev tech keeping it above ground, almost floating, and to give a better view of the inside. And the mask is an oval shape, and at the top has 3 points, almost resembling a crown, and on the face, using the chameleon cloak technology, is a star.
James, did you make it back?
Yes, it did.
Oh my god, you're in a massive snowstorm?
Yeah.
No.
So
You think you have experienced a snowstorm? That's funny.
No. I'm not.
You're telling a
That's
Norwegian
not-
about a snowstorm?
Look,
Really?
look, motherfucker. Snowstorms in America and where you live are completely different, and we're dumbasses here, so shit hits the fan like really quick as soon as someone says more than an inch of snow in North Carolina. So
Oh.
shit has indubitably hit the fan for the past week leading up to this.
Nice. Is it?
Yeah, it sucks, dude. People go fucking ape and nuts. Like, I just don't understand why people are like, just drive a little bit slow. You just drive 5 miles per hour. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah, then I use it as a but we are in the ship. We are getting ready to board Brabazom station, and you joined at exactly the good best time, James. So you're all preparing to leave. What have you been doing this whole time, James?
As I rejoin. Oh shit, Ripsa's not here. As I join the group, they can see me taking off like just blood-covered gloves, and as I take off the first pair, they actually see that there's a second pair underneath, also covered in blood. And they see me take that off, finally revealing my hands, and they see me walk over to a little cabinet I have set up next to the air locker, and they actually see me begin grabbing out my ornamental Kriegsman armor and my massive greatcoat. They see me don it real quick, and I look back to them and I say, Guardian 1 is almost complete. I am missing just one last crucial piece.
I'm glad to hear it. However, do note that we are not within the cruiser, and pricey acquisition will attract attention, Doc.
I look to Stefan. Yeah, I know. I probably will be able to make the part here on the ship, but I don't know if I will be. It's a quite difficult part to make.
Well, either way, do you look presentable, Doc?
Oh yeah, as you look at Doc, he looks immaculate. You see that the chest piece that he is wearing on his armor is completely gold with a massive gold Imperial Eagle spread over the chest component. You see on his helmet there is a second Imperial Eagle spread over the front of it, almost on a face plate. and you can see that all the pieces on his old armor that were just matte black have actually been polished clean. Compared to this, it's been fully polished clean. You can actually see that there's wood stains on some of the ornamentation, where it's actual authentic wood instead of the mass-produced stuff that we normally use. And the last thing you see him put on is this massive greatcoat. And you can see that it is tightly trimmed in fur all the way down to the bottom, down to the edges of the cape, and you can see that the inside is fully filled with fur. The type, you could not place the type. You've never seen a fur of this quality before.
Well, the creature it came from. Very well done. You do look a lot more presentable than once you came to the wardroom.
And you see belted to his hip is his trusty sword that he has carried with him through many missions. And you see a massive bolter hanging on a strap on his shoulder.
Well, gentlemen, if we're ready. Jericho, please notify Somatri that he's to get supplies required for minor repairs that the ship sustained, and to refuel it and all the other things I am well aware he's already taken care of.
Oh, I heard we are low on melto rounds.
Jericho, kind of leaning back in his seat, will swivel around to look at you. Alright, I'll call him. He'll press a couple of buttons, and very soon Samacri Corporum will come stumbling down. Wearing his red robe, he will quickly take off his hood, and you can see his lifeless, tired eyes looking out at you. He seems a little bit upset, perhaps even angry at you. He's carrying a giant metal device with various buzzing lights on his back, and he has these two cones for eyes and a series of wires attached to a metal mask covering his mouth and neck. There is a red light emitting from his eyes as him to scan the surroundings as soon as he enters the hallway, forming these holographic grids that slide back and forth over objects very briefly. As he walks over to the pilot's cabin, he will annoyingly sort of look over his shoulder.
What is going on here?
He stumbles over to the cockpit.
We have been docked, Somatri. I expect you to perform proper maintenance and commandeer supplies.
What? You're going into the navigators? No.
Yes. And why are you so opposed to the idea?
Waving his hands frantically, you can see that he's wildly upset as he accesses his wide array of data banks. He sort of takes a deep breath several times.
Navigators can cut wires. They can fry capacitors with the bat of an eye. Not to speak of the horrors they can inflict on the flesh and bone.
Indeed, yet our job is to obtain information from them.
He will look confused and input something on his data slate.
No, they are far too dangerous to meet in person. I elect Nova 371, a skilled optical servitor, to go in our place. We can speak through the Vox system and observe the navigator through the Pictcaster.
Do you have any idea how rude that would be? Not only that, we may lose the one somewhat tolerable ally on this region of system.
Would you like your eyes to maintain within your eye sockets?
I doubt she will be able to do anything of such.
She can pull them out.
So stay here. Stay with the ship.
I agree with Austin, you are at no threat, Somatri. You are more than free to stay in the ship.
Stay with the ship. Make sure it's safe. Don't let anyone on board or anyone leave.
He'll be increasingly frustrated.
Fine. I will spend the rest of my life living in service to the navigators. When they inevitably come to capture me.
As he shimmers away, I turn to the rest of the party and say, "Charming fellow, isn't he? Quite an optimistic view on our job here."
Almost as though he thinks our job's without risk.
Maybe he should check who his employer is. Anyway, the first objective, as we're here, is to get in contact with a inquisitorial agent located. There is already a meeting point established by him.
Jericho will, sitting in his navy outfit still, sort of leaning back. If I may,
Please?
I don't mean to interrupt, but have you had training in this sort of thing? I mean, the navigators, I've heard they're kind of dangerous.
I understand your concern. I have taken quite well to the classes regarding psychers and psychic powers while in my indoctrination in the Inquisition. I have scored quite high in terms of resisting their subjugation.
Yeah. Look, training is one thing. Like, they know everything. We're dealing with very powerful people here. I mean, you could argue they're not even people. Serix Magnus. Yeah, you met them there, but they had to be subservient to the cogboys. No offense. But out there, they call the shots.
I know. That's why we must have a grip on the inner circles here as quickly as possible and get the lay of the land as to know on whose and whose not foot we should step.
Alright. Well, you know Little Miss Pearl better than me.
I wish I could erase this. Should he find out you said that, she would most likely actually rip my eyes from my skull.
Yeah. She does pretty much whatever she likes there. Let's hope her pact with the Inquisitor gives her some leniency. I know she's entangled in some deals with the trade combine. I don't know, whatever it is. It's not as huge as whatever Maimon is up to, but she knows we're coming.
Yes, I'm counting on that. Hopefully, we will get. She will be willing to relinquish information of the other houses.
All right. We got the name of the first contact. Licinius Dolvan of the Astropathic Choir of Brabazom. He looks up with this questioning expression on his face.
A pseudonym and a cover story, most likely. But
Yeah, and quite a mouthful as well.
You know how the Witchborn are.
He'll have this frown on his face, leaning forward, sort of taking a sip of his low stick. I don't know how to talk to these people. Do you?
Well, unfortunately, I have some experience. I've spent most of my first 2 years being beaten by one of them.
You want me to join you and look pretty? Or stay here?
Well, I already look pretty as I show off my clothing. Nothing left than to step forward. Gentlemen?
I don't think anyone will buy this outfit. He's pointing down to his navy emblem.
With due respect, Jericho, you should get some rest.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
Leave the rest to us. At least for now. I assure you there will be ample data for you to go through later.
Alright. I'll take care of the ship.
And as Jericho turns to leave, Duskin's just going to put his hand on his shoulder and just lean in and say, "The war room, under the cabinet, is a plasma rifle."
Jericho will lean in. I don't trust them.
Well, our position, do we trust anyone?
Why is he on the ship? We're Inquisitional agents. Why do we have a tail? As you look out in the hallway at the end of it, the black-clad man is standing there, sort of just leaning back on a pillar, looking at you. He's too far away from here to hear you.
So I'm actually going to just look at him, just smile and say, "Do you think I came on board?"
Do you think we should lose him? What was the warning from the Inquisitor?
Don't know. Vigilant. Vigilant, trust no one, over your back.
Right.
Be honest with you, you're the one who's probably going into more danger than we are.
That's what worries me. He'll give a smile and pat you on the shoulder. Good luck, my friend. Looking over your shoulder, he'll just give a nod to the agents.
Remember, Jericho, Emperor protects.
Emperor protects.
At this point, Ripsaw's going to enter the room, completely covered in foil from head to toe, including Doggo.
Nice.
Did I miss something? The ship kind of rocked around a little bit.
Well, it doesn't matter. Just come on, let's go.
Oh, we're here already.
Yes, you missed the fight completely. I'm assuming you were doing whatever this is.
Yes.
Are you sure your cogitators are running correctly?
I'm sure they're running correctly. Let me check. As I grab Doggo and shake him around a little bit, and you hear like a kind of like a. Have you ever heard like a spray can being shooken? It kind of sounds like that.
Nice.
Sounds like it's working.
Okay, well, God the Omnissiah sent us his best.
You praise me too much, Daskin. I'm just a mere engineer.
And what he called Duskin will actually just turn his back on Ripsaw and just, go with the sort of yikes look to the rest of the group.
Awesome. Yeah. As you exit the ship, the tech priest, maintaining all the servitors, will approach you. He'll do a deep bow and look around him, the bottom side of the ship.
Is everything satisfactory?
Yes, we're pleased with your welcoming gesture. The resident Mayros will guide you should he require any assistance.
He nods, points up to a platform, sort of a catwalk above you, leading out to the exit. Several servitors will start to scuttle around, carrying crates and maintenance equipment, as a very beautifully dressed woman will start to descend the platform. She is wearing a purple dress, tiara, and looks quite serious as she approaches the ship. She will approach you, Stefan, with her hand stretched out and leaning sort of down towards your hand, stretching it out.
I stretch my hand as I grab it, and I take it close to the mouthpiece of my mask. As I kiss her hand, I say, "What a great pleasure it is for me to be welcomed by such a pretty face."
She'll sort of giggle to herself. You don't know how refreshing it is to finally meet someone with manners. Thank you. Stefan, I assume.
Does he use the name Tacitus Kilgore or actually Stefan?
No, she knows the name.
Then, yes, I presume you're here from on the beckons from your master. Or
That's
mistress, in this case.
And who are your friends? She'll point behind you as Duskin and the rest stumble out of the ship, dressed in their road trader outfits. I see you all wore fitting uniforms. That's nice.
Yes, they are the members of my road trader company.
Right. Pleased to meet you all. She will sort of go from one to the other and shake your hands. And as you turn around, she will, as you walk up the catwalk, walk a few paces behind you and talk to Ripsaw. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you before. My name is Saraya Helpol. She stretches her hand out.
I will cautiously shake her hand, like it's just like a slow, reluctant shake.
And you're the one who built that wonderful ship.
Well,
right?
let us leave questions for later. My designation is Whipsaw 010101110.
She'll kind of make a little frown and giggle to herself a little bit. I see. And is there anyone left on the ship?
The pilot.
She's talking to
Ripsaw.
Ripsaw.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Ripsaw, that's your boy. Told you.
Oh, I pick up Doggo and I hold him up, and you just see his like the little cone hat of like foil is still on his head, just kind of flies off. It's like, this here is Doggo, another member of our squad.
She will lean down. Togo, it's wonderful to meet you. She'll sort of shake his little paw. Welcome. Do you travel everywhere together?
I haven't left Doggo's side since ever I have been assigned to him.
That's wonderful. I love the friendship we can have with servitors sometime. I mean, companions.
Can I just ask, does Duskin hear Ripsaw say since he was assigned to Doggo?
Yeah.
Okay.
And tell me, Ripsaw, do you have plans to go anywhere else? Would you need more supplies? Or is there anything I can get you?
I can't think of anything that you can provide, but yes, I'll be going wherever the homicide.
She will
demands.
erupt with joy, sort of clapping her hands. Oh, you're going to Blood Mequin! You're going to the trade combine?
Sure, I guess.
Great. As you walk along with her, she will sort of fish for more information, and you can do a scrutiny test.
Oh God.
Yeah,
God.
you really walked into this one, my man.
Scrutiny. Let me look. Where is it? Where is my scrutiny? Shit. Oh, there it is. Ah, we got some skill in it, finally. You said -10, yes?
Yep, that's it.
Alright. 5 degrees of success.
Damn, son. Yeah. As you walk, you manage to sort of evade her questions while remaining polite throughout the whole way. Having successfully wasted her time, you now stand in a large, open, sort of a hub of connected monorails and carriages. There are hordes of workers there and 3 different openings. She points to the far end of the hall, and there is the entrance to the Lady's Palace. Whenever you're ready, follow straight ahead, and you should see her.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. I'm going to look around me. Are any of the rest of the party members there?
Oh yeah, they're all standing around you.
Stefan is glad that he's wearing the mask, you'd see him smirking
Okay.
and laughing.
So Duskin is going to come up just behind Stefan, keeping a respectful distance, but a low voice, and saying, "Is this where we meet our contact, or is it somewhere else?"
No, the contact actually. Matthias, where did you want us to meet?
No need. No need. You're gonna hear on your comm system a slight sound as Matthias appears from the crowd. As you stand all alone, what do they see, Matthias?
So you would all see sort of a figure approaching that towers over most around them. Their limbs are long and spindly, and they seem to have little weight on them despite their height. They have a short but unkempt mess of blonde hair that is just long enough to flop over the red piece of cloth that is
Your
tied.
microphone is very low. Are you far away from
Apologies.
it?
No. I can turn that up. Give me a second.
It's just barely audible.
It's fine on mine.
Oh,
How is
it's
that?
perfectly fine
much
here.
better.
Oh,
Oh, that's much
that's
better.
much
That's
better.
grand.
Yeah. Turn you down
Okay.
a little bit.
Sorry. Anyway, yes. Hopefully you can hear. You would all see a figure approaching, towering over most around them. Their limbs are long and spindly, and they seem to have little weight on them despite their height. They have a short but unkept mess of blonde hair that's just long enough to flop over the red piece of cloth that's tied tightly around their eyes and across the bridge of their nose, and it moves gently as they walk. The figure holds tightly in their right hand a metal staff that is as tall as they are, topped with the sigil of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica in silver. Meanwhile, their robes, at first glance, appear to be the simple affair of any adept. Around their neck, hanging securely from a necklace, is another sigil of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, again in silver. They move deliberately and cautiously, yet surprisingly comfortably. Every now and then, there is the sound of the staff clacking on the decking. As they get nearer, the lightness and fairness of their complexion betrays the fact that they are doubtlessly voidborn, if the long, gangly frame left any doubts to begin with. Their hands, now in clearer view, are long and elegant, and might have been quite suited for a musician, had fate not consigned them to another role. They are haloed in some sort of dim glow, and as they get nearer to you, even amongst the crowd, there's this distinct scent of incense and ozone intermingled. The figure sort of stops just in front of the group, a greater distance than you'd expect from someone who's coming up to see you. And they move their staff into the crutch of their right elbow, and bring their hands together across their chest, laying the right hand above the left so as to make the sign of the Aquila, and bowing their head. They hold that pose for a moment, before lifting their head back up to their full height, and both their hands now hold on to their staff, and they begin to speak. Hello, my Lord Captain. I am astropathic functionary Licinius Dovan, stationed here on Brabazom Station. I was led to understand that you were in need of a new astropath transcendent for your vessel. The choir master has sent me to bring you to a suitable place to have such discussions about the potentials that are located here.
Awesome.
Wow.
You get an
That
inspiration
is
point.
good.
You get an inspiration point.
Fuck, if that doesn't deserve an inspiration point, nothing does. Fuck.
The figure stands, sort of walks out from the crowd, stands there, extremely tall, spindly, alien-like. All of you are taken aback, sort of hypnotized for a second by his presence. And go ahead.
Looking up at the frail giant, Stefan, looking through his mask, says, Licinius, is a pleasure to meet you, as he extends his right hand. And Sorry, please go.
Licinius, you sort of... There's a brief flicker of a frown on his face for a moment, and then it quickly vanishes. And you see his own hand reach out nervously. There's a slight tremor, and he takes the offered hand in a very gentle and very brief shake, and would quickly pull it back to keep hold on his staff.
Tacitus Kilgore and company, but I believe we've met before.
That is quite so, my Lord Captain. I had the pleasure to make your acquaintance on my journey here from my training on Terra. I would not wish to keep the choir master waiting overly long. If you would follow me, I can lead you comfortably.
Very well. Do so fast, as we will presumably also have to deal with your transfer papers. We have other things to attend to as well. Gentlemen, shall we follow? As he
Let's away.
the other.
Captain, is our helper gonna fully refill the ship? Even the ammunition that was expended?
No, he does not have administrative duty to requisition ammunition. That is something only we can do.
Yes.
However, concern not with this at the moment. Officer, concern yourself with the matter at hand.
Of course, my captain.
Well then, Astropath, lead the way.
Of course, my Lord Captain. And, Matthias he seems very, there's a small pause and awkwardness that seems to be there. But he soon starts to lead the way, not towards the entrance that was towards the palace of the Navis Nobilite envoy located on the station, but is heading in a different direction down one of the other side alleys. And people mostly seem to get out of his way preemptively as he moves along. And he's sort of leading along the main path for a little while. And then he sort of gestures down a side path, which would look very unlikely to be a place for a high-ranking choir master to be located.
Yeah.
But his motion is very sudden.
I'm going to say you find your way to the habitation blocks of the maintenance workers, and that you have arranged an empty room there. Go ahead.
So once inside this room, it's fairly bare. The one thing that probably would have been immediately noticed is there are quite a few more locks on the door than is usual. And inside, it's a fairly simple room that's bare. And he will close the door and bow once more, making the sign of the Aquila. My lords, Inquisitorial Acolyte Matthias Ebrick, at your service. Welcome to Station Brabazom.
Awesome.
Impressed by his mannerism in that room, Stefan removes his mask, showing his long hair tied in a bun, and his right eye covered with an eye patch, looking at the tall and gentle giant, saying, "I must confess, you are most diligent in your approach."
You are very kind, explicator. The safe house has been secured upon my arrival here. It's at present poorly outfitted, for which I beg your apologies, but it is at your disposal for while you are here, should you need it for any reason.
Is it?
Not that I'm questioning your competency, but when was it last checked for bugs? They're psychic or mechanical.
Matthias would he doesn't turn his head, he still keeps staring ahead, but he speaks. I checked it before coming to meet you, my Lord Agent. I admit, though, my own abilities are meager, and of course, please, you are welcome to conduct such a survey with your own superior experiences, I have no doubt.
First, I am no lord. Name is Duskin. Refer to me as such, apart from whenever we're in the field, at which point it's Brother Gaius. And it is no comment on your competency. But I'll check it myself if that is okay with yourself.
I am in no place to make any objections to yourself and my Duskin. My apologies.
Apologies necessary. And he's going to take out apparatus and start sweeping to see if there's any electronic surveillance.
You can do a tech use test. Minus 10.
No. If you want to just talk amongst yourself.
Stefan will take a step forward towards Matthias.
Matthias takes a step back.
Noticing this, says, "You haven't changed, did you, Matthias?
You are very kind to remember me, my explicator. I pray that my manner does not offend.
Merely to make sure you are indeed who I'm referring to. Since you've taken a step back, I presume you already know who I am. If not my name, then you know what I am, which is just as good. So I will not waste neither of our times with introduction.
I recall my impression of you, as brief as it was, explicator, and I do not forget.
And all you hear in the background is Duskin going, "Stupid piece of rubbish. Ripsaw, can you get this to work?"
Indeed.
Well,
So
It looks like
there
Dog
is.
was timed out.
There is. Please free to introduce yourselves to our new member. Doc, would you be so kind as to put your winning smile?
You see what you would approximate to be a overly ornamental and ostentatious-looking greaseman wearing a massive greatcoat. And as he hears his name called, he cocks his head to the side, flourishes out his cape, and turns towards you and says, "You may refer to me as Heinrich when we were on the stations."
Awesome. You get an inspiration points.
of course,
How do you do?
it is my honor to make your acquaintance and to be here of service to all of you. Your reputations precede you.
A word of advice: ignore the formalities. They seem to get in the way most of the time. At least as you see Heinrich look his head left to right amongst the others, amongst ourselves.
You sort of see Matthias mumbles something very softly, and you keep picking up. Be careful, pure thought is the instigator of sin. Be watchful, free thought is the begetter of disorder. Be respectful, uniform thought is the way of life. Emperor be praised.
You just see Heinrich just looking at you, fascinated. Can you speak some more phrases like that?
They are catechisms and litanies that we are instructed in. My Lord Agent, I am happy to provide you with the tomes that we use. I still have them, but I've memorized them long ago. But there is something else, and you sort of see him, move over towards one of the tables, and he grabs up a data slate, two of them, and he sort of holds them out. And my explicator, Lord Agents, I have managed to make a few minor contacts in my brief time here. However, I believe these two may be of particular use and use to you in whatever investigations that you are conducting here. And he would hold out the data slates to be taken.
Heinrich would step forward, grab both, stack them over the top of each other, swiftly turn on his heels with a click, and present them to Stefan.
Awesome. Love the role.
Duskin's gonna come forward after not being able to make this damn contraption work. And he's gonna look at Matthias and go, "Why do you seem so nervous?"
Forgive me, my Duskin. I am not used to working with others in my duties to the throne and the Lord Inquisitor, and especially with such famed and illustrious agents as yourselves, my own meagerness makes me somewhat nervous. I apologize.
My colleague Heinrich said, I'm trying to think of the best way of putting this. If you're to actually work with us, you must, come across as not as deferential as you're coming across now. Yes.
He will learn.
Yes, to Stefan, indeed. But you're not in a position for the mistakes that I made. I was able to make mistakes and everyone was able to back me up. We are not in that position now.
Oh, of course, my lord, Duskin. I will endeavor to avoid to make any errors under his guidance. He makes the sign of the Aquila.
Try to be less formal. Just try to be less formal. Try to speak to me as though I am below you. Because I believe in our assigned ranks, I would be.
That would be most improper.
Would not. Would not be improper. We serve humanity. My ego and my willingness for titles are not this. If I were to have any.
You will be.
Your words do you great credit. We would say that we should all strive to be like the pupil of an eye, to see all else but not to see thyself. Such humility is a credit to the Emperor. Be praised.
Emperor be praised. But in this mission, I am below you. Will treat me as such. If that has to be an order, then it is an order. You will start from now.
I will, in public spaces, endeavor to follow such instructions. Duskin, yes. He'd his head's never moved while speaking. Even though he, was assuming he just sort of keeps the same fixed position.
Oh, it's fine. Sorry, Heinrich. Saying?
Yes. Metius, do you happen to have a litany for soothing the mind?
Indeed, we cultivate many such litanies in order to properly prepare ourselves during the contemplation before the next stage of the sendings of messages and receptions. My lord agent, is there a particular purpose that you seek with the litany? They are of differing uses.
One to just soothe the mind, in general, I guess. Do you have any that come to mind?
There are, in general, one that I have always found particularly comforting in preparation in the initial stages of the contemplation, is to recall the words of a particular epistle, which is, "The stars above will not weep for us parting, The air we breathe won't notice our disappearance. The dirt will embrace our decadence. Only in the Emperor can we thrive and grow. Only in the Emperor. Only through many hardships are we stripped to our foundations, and in such a state, devoid of distractions, is our soul free to soar and to find its place next to the Emperor. It is usually repeated 999 times to properly soothe the mind.
I have some very unfortunate news for you, Medius. If you
Yes.
do end up, as he looks around the gathered members working with us, you're going to get very familiar with that litany.
I am often have cause to use it.
You
my lord.
see Heinrich reaching out a hand. You feel it sink into your shoulder, and you feel almost a heavy weight resting on you. We do really fucked up shit, Medius. Do you understand that? Do you understand the kind of things we get into? The creatures we kill, the things we slay.
I understand the
horrors.
works.
The horrors we come across.
He flinches under the touch, and there's a small flicker of something across
And
his
in
face.
Heinrich's mind, he pictures the demon that they slayed upon the last planet, Rund.
Yeah. Rund.
Does Medius? Do you feel anything as I'm thinking of this?
Matthias would feel the sensation, and you'd see him pause for a small moment, and there's a stiffening in his muscles, an unusual, unexpected strength in such a wiry frame. And he would murmur very, very softly, "My lord, I have seen such before. I see such always. I have seen galaxies born, and I have watched time run out, moment by moment, until only I remain. I have seen worlds rolling in oceans of colors that cannot be described and would burn your mind to cinders at the merest sight of them. I have traveled across worlds where the laws of physics are no more, and all things are devised by the mind of a madman. I have seen things, and I see them lurking in the spaces between realms. I feel their claws scratching to get in, and their hunger ever ravenous. I feel it now. It is a common thing for those such as myself. They are always here now, dark or light. It makes no difference. They are here, do not doubt. And they see you, and they hunger. On this, my lord, I am prepared and inured.
I'm glad to hear it. As Heinrich turns and looks at the rest of the group, I think he will fit in just nice.
Indeed. I fully agree with you. As Stefan looks towards Matthias with quite an interest, tell me, of these contacts you've made along the years, which would you suppose to be more important if you were to choose between one of them?
It would depend, I should think, my Lord Explicator, on the particular purpose of the investigation, or information that you wish to uncover. I am not privy to such, and do not expect to be made privy. I have only been here for a year. Previously, I was with the Astropathic Choir of House Rosa. Ordinate Ajoku, Boris Ajoku, is particularly were placed for the accessing of records. If that is of interest, whether it is a requisition, a record of a communication or a ship or so on, all of it at some point will pass below his desk and be sorted by his clerks and servitors and then filed in the archives of the Adeptus Administratum under the subclassification Navigator Nobilite for the Askellon sector. And then, catalogued according to a particular house and subject area. It's complicated. But he can be quite willing to assist. He has a particular resentment towards the Navigator Nobilite, our houses. He finds their power disconcerting, particularly when it crosses his own desk. In matters of technology, and particularly where tech sorcery is needed, and such, Magos Joneluiga is, I think, a particularly useful resource. She has long since passed the point of the Crux Mechanicus, and has undergone the rite of pure thought. She only speaks in Binaric, so I would suggest bringing some, at least a servo skull capable of translation, if you are not capable yourself, my Lord Explicator. She's not particularly interested in any political affair. If she can gain access to further her own studies, she will be happy to assist as much as one can say someone who has gone through the rite of pure thought is happy. She will be, I think her word would be, agreeable to assist on such a matter, providing there is a reward for her own research.
Interesting. You have done your work here quite meticulously, Matthias.
I did not wish to fail, the Lord Inquisitor. I know yourselves, my Lord Agents.
What like other psychers are you?
I don't understand. What do you mean? My dead Duskin.
To gain such information from, well, quite frankly, a very psychic very psychically active area, you must be very subtle.
One of the, I suppose, virtues of an astropath is we are utterly needed, and yet often ignored, as one would ignore the cogitator sitting on that desk. And, he gestures over. People tend not to notice what a tool does.
The room you're in smells of old paper and cleaning agent. There are a couple of flickering lights, candles that have been left on. There are a few dim lumen in the corners of the room. Other than that, it is quite empty. A few of you have sat down on the little furniture that is there, and the room is quite small. Occasionally you can hear someone walking outside.
So, I have to ask, how were you selected for this job?
I believe I was nominated because of my own particular aptitude with sensitivity to the immaterium, as well as my familiarity with the situations involving the Navigator Nobilite houses and their retinues here. I am honored to be so trusted.
shield mines?
I can offer guidance on how to protect your own mind, but I cannot shield that of others, I am afraid.
Well, we can't have everything. Things are sent to try us.
If you are concerned about the Navigator Noble Light's powers, you are quite correct, my lord. And you sort of see his fingers tap lightly on his staff a little. Oh, I wouldn't presume.
Well, please continue.
I often find that those not gifted with the ability to sense the immaterium focus enormously on that particular power. It is perhaps easily forgotten that the other great power that the Navigator Noble Light have is their utter essentiality to all things in the Imperium. Nothing moves in Askellon without a navigator aboard a ship. They all are dependent upon them. That wealth and influence is as much a potent power as their ability to touch the immaterium. And I would, if I be so presumptuous, suggest that it is something worth fearing as much, albeit in a different way, as their particular gifts.
To someone who is able to protect his mind.
I acknowledge that I have a particular gift. The Emperor be blessed for his sacred touch.
Well, as someone who's been on the receiving end of being controlled like a puppet, I can assure you that there is very few things that are worse than that. Obviously, I'm sure you can give me experiences which are worse, but I would prefer not to hear them.
For any psycho to abuse in that manner is an unimaginable horror. I would never presume to. You have nothing but my sympathy. I'm at Asken.
Appreciate that, and I give you my thanks. At which point then, what do you call it, I'm going to turn to Stefan. Say, just FYI, I am going to be keeping an open comms with Jericho.
As you should.
If anything happens, and if I need to go, I will give you 2 bursts of static.
Please do. In this regard, Matthias, do you possess some microbead?
I do, my Lord Explicator. If you provide me with your frequency, I will adjust the bead.
Brabazom, feel free to give him the frequency required, as well as the channels and sub-channels.
Okay.
Also, Ripsaw, while you're at it, can you get this damn thing to work? Because all I'm getting is error messages.
Yes. Doggo, get the foil.
To which Stefan afterwards will go to Samuel. Sam, what do you think about these 2 contacts our new member have managed to cultivate? Sam, you're muted in case you want to say something. blast. He's not here.
Duskin, what you wanted me to repair again?
No, I was actually looking for you to scan for the electronic, what do you call it, listening devices.
Oh, okay. I'll get out my aspect scanner and do a sweep.
And Duskin will go across the dock and say,
Well, whatever's there, I should be able to see it.
"Okay, I've got an open channel with Jericho. Can I count on your support? If something goes south."
A tacit nod, I guess it's all that you get.
Okay, I will take that your advisement. Ingrid.
And the situation is arose. The lady of this domain has thought fit to give us time to prepare before meeting her. I believe that these contacts Matthias has cultivated are worth pursuing in the meantime. Won't you agree? What do you believe, Dustin?
I believe we won't find out until we get out there.
Great. Matthias, you will be our shepherd against the Immaterium. Should something come to be a threat to us, and you notice it, I expect you to interrupt us at any moment and alert us.
I will do my utmost for you in the Emperor's name, my Lord Explicator.
No need to be shy, and Lord Explicator is a mouthful. Stefan is enough.
Yes.
Deep breaths.
Yes, Stefan.
Tess, if you call us by rank, you call us by sir, you call us by anything else, put us all at risk.
I understand, Duskin. It is easier in outside where there is a need to engage in such deceit. I find it hard here, but I to avoid the appropriateness.
Get that. Harden your heart and slap me as hard as you can. Punch me as hard as you can in the face.
Oh my god.
I would not.
Is this an open invitation? Duskin? You see Heinrich
I knew it.
quickly scramble
I knew
over,
James would jump
slap
in.
both hands down onto Duskin's shoulders. Do you want me to uppercut you to the Emperor? I will do it right now for you, Duskin. I got your ticket right into my fist.
No, I know that what it called you would, Doc, but trying to
Okay, I know.
I know, and in the future you will be able to.
Don't start a fight.
You see Heinrich.
Looking to just break the subservience.
I know. Medius sees Heinrich look back at him. Medius, is there a Mechanicus contingent on this station?
Yeah, he has given us a contact. You can scroll up above.
Oh, that is perfect. I look over at Safan and say, I need a luminous capacitator.
What?
Oh, yes, a luminous capacitator. Possibly Doggo has one.
Yeah, I need a whole one. I would think you probably don't want to take that from Doggo.
I'll let you deal with this and trust that you will do so discreetly. However, Matthias, I believe you received an order from a superior officer. Did you not?
I did.
Would you dare defy such an order?
I should not.
You shouldn't, should you?
No, my
Then there's only a single course of action, is it not?
yes, Stefan.
Of course it is. Then proceed.
So Matthias sort of turns and moves over to where Duskin is standing, and he's sort of trembling extensively.
Welcome.
And he sort of brings up his one of his long sort of spindly arms, and he'd just give a sort of slap with the back of the hand into Duskin's chest as he was ordered to, and he would look very uncomfortable.
I
Welcome.
Dustin ordered you to slap him, not caress him, but I'll let Dustin be the judge of your mighty blow.
Not as mighty as I was rather hoping, but you have to remember, you are my superior whenever we're out there. If that means giving me a slap across the face, then that's what it means. We're walking into a sacred place. You're kings, which means you're a prince.
The relationship between the Navigate, the Nobilites, and even an essential psyker such as an astropath is not so harmonious as to be described as princes to kings.
Most likely two rival clans waiting for an excuse to cut each other's throats is a better description.
No.
We
At the end
are
of the day,
utterly
at the end of the day, present yourself as second to Duskin. No, Stefan.
I do not believe I rank so highly. Even under the covers, an astropath transcendent would not outrank a brother missionary or an arch militant, or of course, I should think.
There is only the three. There is only the three of us going.
Very well. I will endeavor to perform satisfactorily. Emperor, guide me.
Yes, however, he does have a point. They each hold different offices. They should act just as mighty as the other, which Dustin does have his point in turn. Right, mighty. I do not employ no meager astropath.
Oh, and given the time, Aios will act the mighty figure if required. Anyway, that is in the future. Let's get on with the business. Over, Doc.
Yes.
So, whenever Doc is finished with whatever he's doing, you ask him if give him 2 bursts of static, he will meet me at the ship. Or Jericho will be in trouble.
Well then, we shall continue with our next course of action. I propose we should meet the contact known as Baros Ajoku. Once again, the Lemnosian accent getting in the way. I believe that he's in this position with the navigator houses, as well as the potential of information we may gather from him to be quite useful before engaging with the Magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Did you mention the Mechanicus?
Yes.
What Forge World did they come from?
Stefan nods towards Matthias.
I believe they originally came from the Forge World Bellacane.
Ah, I see. I've only heard a few things about that world. Nothing much.
I confess the secrets and mysteries of the Adeptus Mechanicus elude me. I know only the name.
Anyway, gentlemen. Matthias, would you be so kind as to guide us towards the administratum complex?
Matthias would reach down to his belt, and he has a small chrono hanging from it, and he'd sort of just put a hand over it for a moment, and you'd notice it has no face. It's just got a sort of a moving hololith across it that you can touch. And given he pauses as he feels the time. Given the hour, Stefan, it is likely he will be having his lunch at one of the food stalls not far from the Administratum building.
Excellent. Then I believe we have a path for you to guide us through.
So
As you wish.
Dustin will fall in behind and keep close to what do you call it, Samuel.
Alright. As you leave, you enter back into this trade hub. There are various carriages and tubes going different places. It is a larger sort of entrance at the end of the hall that leads to Allura's palace. As you exit, you see several picked recorders and monotask servo skulls watching you. What do you do?
We go towards the Administratum complex in pursuit of Boras Ajoku, where we expect him to, at this time, find him near...
The two contacts would be on House Rosa's base, which is far, far away.
Okay. My apologies. My bad. I thought I read Brabazom for a reason.
That's just...
Sorry. In this case, lost.
If you have a Vox channel would reach him, or hololith, if you have access to such.
Oh, the signal will not nearly go that far. You would need an astropath for that.
An astropath, you say? Well, as luck would have it, no. By the time we manage to send messages back and forth, there'll be days. Well, going it first it is. Hope you're wearing Stefan while turn to the rest of the party saying, well, hope you're wearing your big boy pants. And from a diplomatic standpoint, we're gonna enter the wolf's den.
Oh, you know what I feel. Always go in through the front door.
Of course.
If we're going out in a dignified way.
And looking fresh while we do it. As the entire group lines up before the threshold of can it be compared to a palace? The headquarters, the domicile of Allur Pearl.
What did you say?
The domicile of Allur Pearl, where we're about to meet her. Does it look like a palace?
No, it's everything is inside, so obviously this is like a big... Imagine like a 50-meter big entrance rectangular, tall. And through it you can see gardens, pillars, and in the distance what looks like the inside of a palace. Fountains and so on.
As each member stays in front of the gate, just beyond the threshold, Stefan will bite his... No, he will actually do a trick with his finger, signaling some devices implanted within to stimulate his nervous system. And with a step forward, Stefan says, "Let us present ourselves to our dear host." And moving within the premises, he either will expect someone to treat him and guide him, or head towards the biggest building.
Right. As soon as you move towards the rectangular opening, you're gonna see that some of the security, who presumably have been watching you this entire time, will suddenly swarm around you. A man dressed in a long red coat with white fur edges. He has no hair on his head, a little bit on the sides. Dark hair. He's an older man with lots of jewelry. He will quickly approach and sort of halting a little bit, about 5-10 meters away from you. He will go down on one knee and bow in front of you. "My lords, we have been waiting you. Welcome." He will reach a white glove up to you, Stefan. "What an honor."
I dismiss him with a small wave in front of me, saying, "Yes, we are honored guests of your mistress."
As soon as you wave it away, he will stand back up, almost falling over, sort of leaning on his elbow. Oh God. He immediately stumbles up on his feet. He is grossly overweight as he folds his hands, rubbing his hands together. He will sort of lean forward, talking with you as you walk together into this beautiful palace square. You see a gate at the other end, and there's sort of what looks like the mock front of a palace on the left. It looks gigantic and very authentic, almost like you're in a palace plaza garden. The man walks inside. You can hear the clicking of your feet on the brushed ceramic surfaces. "May I please know what you wish to inquire the lady about? But perhaps I should infer something, deliver a message for you?"
How kind of you, and I say this in High Gothic, as to not lower myself beneath him. How kind of you to say this. However, I believe that my discussion is to be kept between me and your mistress. There is little need for you to concern yourself.
However, would you like something to drink? A little leisure time? You could relax around the pool. Anything at all I can help you with.
I must apologize. On our way here, we had to deal with quite a bit of ruffians in the combat. Stirred quite a hunger. I'm afraid me and my retinue are quite full. But we are more than willing to take you up on the offer at a later time.
Oh, the pleasure is mine. If there is anything at all I can help you with. Riul is my name. Please, call out for me.
Riul. Should the need arise, we will without a doubt call for you.
A wide smile forms on his face. Thank you, my lord. He will bow deeply as the guards will sort of make a wedge formation behind you, walking out to the sides of the palace. Two huge golden doors with embroidery will slide open at the other end, about 200-300 meters across this platform that you're walking on. Gardens, little houses, what looks like a cistern, aqueducts, and gardens are visible everywhere. Endless rows of servitors and servants maintain the very beautiful, carefully maintained lots. As the doors open, you can see a panorama out to the stars. There's kind of a reddish light, and in the far end there is a very different looking room. It looks highly technological, and there are stairs on either side leading up to a giant throne. There's a sort of glittering electric energy in the air that emits as soon as the doors open, and it looks almost like this glowing effect, although you assume it's harmless.
Stefan on the closed channel say, whoever has crawled feet, now is your time to go. Past this threshold, there's no turning back.
Askellon,
Welcome.
say, some ancient terror
Welcome.
mythology, like love with God of death,
Welcome, all of you.
shall stay with you.
Welcome, all of you.
Matthias will
Welcome.
be quiet and simply be
It
standing
is a
behind the rest
pleasure
and moving
to
along
meet
with them.
you.
Entering
a
the
pleasure
room
to
and
meet
seeing
you.
such a display of, he would be keeping his senescience open to see if the
Welcome.
expectation,
All of you.
the sort of actions are beyond what is
Welcome.
normal to find in a
Welcome.
house.
Is there something?
Right.
Samuel, Repsol, you?
Let's see here.
Know that when entering here,
As you stand and wait, the Riule's servant will sort of walk ahead or over to the platform, the ramp leading down to Allure's chamber.
Go ahead. You may enter.
He's kneeling in front of
Stefan.
him.
Stefan, I'm not very fond of psychos.
And I want anyone who can to do a senescence test.
succeeded with successful 4 additional Matthias. Well done, Matthias.
Matthias, you are met with a wall of psychic energy. There are at least 12 sources, and one of them is more powerful than anything you've sensed before.
He would sort of gently lean against his staff as he's resting and whisper very softly, just enough to make the microbead pick up the motion of his vocal cords.
My wish.
The beyond is something of immense presence in the Immaterium. I cannot look closely. It's blinding in its brightness. I can make out 12 sort of movements within it, and one is like a nova amidst a mere nebula in its brightness. This is a moment for caution and faith.
You've heard him, gentlemen. Those who would not be able or wish not to face such a beast.
What I called, I've also.
You also sense this, Tusken, yeah. You're gonna see this bright light ahead of you, and you just get an absolute migraine as you see just a wall of these psychic beams coming towards you. This is the most powerful psychic energy I've ever felt.
If we walk in there and if it turns into a fight, we will lose.
The moment we entered the system, we were at their mercy, Dustin. The moment we left the Inquisitorial vessel, that was no different than if we were on a ship in the void.
You have no idea
My
the
servants
power
question your...
they're projecting. And you can actually see Duskin actually sitting there, and he's slowly sort of keeping his head going. It is immense.
I can only imagine.
We will not be able to hold anything from them. If they want to, they could destroy us with a thought.
I trust your judgment, Dustin. And I must confess I'm also afraid. But it is because I'm afraid that I must face it. Now, gentlemen, those that do not wish to follow, you are free to stay here. However, Stefan takes a foot past the threshold. I will move forward.
At the top of the platform,
too.
at the top of the platform, you can see Allure Pearl standing up from her chair. As she's slowly opening her eyes, you can hear her in your mind drawing breath.
Duskin is trying to keep within 5 meters of Stefan, even though he knows that the whole bodyguard thing won't work. They could be blinked out of existence in moments.
Matthias would have followed without hesitation, though he remains a step behind the others as always.
Doc would follow as well.
Shit. Okay. Ripsaw will reluctantly follow.
Ripsaw won't stay out, it's fine.
Okay, Ripsaw will stay out.
Wait, I have the option to not face this? Thanks.
Well played. Well played.
Ripsaw will be waiting outside playing Scuttle.
There's no peer pressure.
Understandable. As you approach the throne, Allure will stand up and slowly walk to the edge. There is a slight sort of tension that is released when she opens her eyes and looks down. She will not look at you. She has something covering her forehead. You can't quite make out what it is.
This Duskin will fall to his knees and go. Stand up.
A slow sense of the unreal grasps you. As if in a dream, you look down and your feet sort of move on their own. You can no longer feel the weight of your body. It's almost like you're floating towards her. And looking out the windows, the stars form stripes as you look back and forth. Everything sort of moves in slow motion. As you look to the pillars on the left and the right, you can see faces appearing and disappearing from behind them. They are women dressed in all black with pale faces. Occasionally they'll appear from behind one of the pillars and with long spindly fingers sort of point towards you. And as you look into their eyes, you lose a little bit more of your overview of your peripheral vision. As you walk forward, it is more and more difficult to breathe. And I want all of you to do a willpower test.
Just to check, I'm assuming this is a result of psychic powers or physical anomaly?
Psychic powers.
Okay, good to know.
Holy shit, I actually succeeded with 2 additional.
Nice.
Based.
James, do you want to reroll? Nice. And Ripsaw? Oh, you're
Yes,
not
I
there.
Oh, Ripsaw isn't.
Alright. Yeah, you all manage to keep walking. As you close your eyes, you have sort of... You disappear into your thoughts, into your past. Is there any particular vision that gives you strength? Anyone?
The worm... No. The cool touch of the shade of the great tree. The small strands of light that manage to penetrate its strong leaves. The pillar of the faith of planet Lemnos, implanted into the dirt by the Emperor, a shade he would not know, but granted
Is
freely
there
to
anything
those that worship.
you would like from me?
This brings Stefan's
Welcome.
certitude
Welcome.
to focus on what's real.
Welcome. All of you.
Duskin
Welcome.
would be...
All of you.
He's fought down through the catacombs and is one of the last men to actually shoot and kill the Zaragoth of evil. Still had that eye called the
Welcome.
warp entity.
Welcome.
The eye sitting there staring at
Your
him.
presence.
And as he was losing his mind,
Your
what he
presence,
called the
yes.
sister coming,
And
grabbing him, pulling him up,
welcome.
and then the sound of the hymns just reverberating through his brain again and again and again, and just pulling him back from utter madness.
Doc focuses on his past memories and all the wars he's been through, all the brothers and allies that have died under alien suns, the distant planets he's fought on, the chains of loyalty and honor that have been forged into him.
And Matthias is holding on to his staff. His has no eyes to be turning, so his head is fixed and steady. And his mind he fills with the words of the hymnals. Love the Emperor, for he is the salvation of mankind. Obey his words, for he will lead you into the light of the future. Heed his wisdom, for he will protect you from evil. Whisper his prayers with devotion, for they will save your soul. Honor his servants, for they speak in his voice. Tremble before his majesty, for we all walk in his immortal shadow. And he would recall, as with each word and syllable uttered, the awesome and majestic and terrifying moment where his soul and mind was laid bare to the Emperor's immortal glory and reshaped by the Emperor's light and the Emperor's will.
I'm assuming that's it. As you approach, you look up, and at first you catch a glimpse of a beautiful woman peering out from the shadows, before you spot her features. Piercing and radiant eyes that are almost painful to look at. She has a porcelain skin that seems almost to be cracking in some places, and a third eye covered by a metal device. She moves quickly, almost as if a shadow, and the air around her gets hazy. As you look down, there seems to be a fog that's closing in and filling the air around you. Allure will stand there sort of looking at you for a little while, and it's almost like you can hear this distant clicking noise, but you're not sure what it is. In the room you see several other people approaching from behind the pillars. She is gonna reach out a hand, and you see some of the others in the room looking at you. What do you do?
I presume she approached us as Stefan is struggling to maintain his sense of reality, noticing Allure Pearl in front of him with her hand outstretched. Stefan will use whatever sense of balance still remains to fall on one knee, reach out for her hand, and kiss it in the same manner, saying, I wish to offer my appreciations to the monarch of this place and for her warm welcome.
Your appreciation is welcome, honored guest. Bigobet, seal the chamber.
Very quickly, you can see the doors behind you closing. They make a loud thud before you can hear the ricochet of the sounds of the huge doors closing. You're barely lit by lumen from below, and all of you stand very exposed or looking up.
As the door closes, you barely hear an audible, "What the fuck?"
Metius would bow deeply from the waist, holding his staff only in the right hand and stretching the left one out to his side, and would remain in such a position.
Do not be alarmed. I honor the pact of your Inquisitor.
She will gesture for you to rise.
With the gesture, he would rise.
Steadying himself, taking a few seconds to prepare both body and soul, he manages the feat of standing straight on both of his feet. Stefan will say, as do we, Lady Pearl. We wish to offer our services in exchange for information.
She has a completely blank expression as she sort of just tilts her head to the side. You can make a willpower test.
Psychic powers?
Yep.
Inspiration. Success 5.
You feel something piercing your mind. Is there anything? What are your surface thoughts right now?
There is a nebulous understanding of his current thoughts, as his mind is quite sent in different places. There is the sense of reality which from time to time is slipping, combined with stress on his both body and his soul, with that of a hint of pain. Its origin is yet to be determined, as it seems to permeate his entire body. Not a pleasant one, but one that anchors him to what's real.
Awesome.
There is the flagellant trait.
Yeah. Lady Allure will still stand there, just awaiting. As she breathes, it's almost like you can hear her breath piercing your mind. Whenever you look up, you would just feel this intense burning feeling in your forehead, almost blinding.
I presume that you have offered already much to the Inquisition. I dare say you offer more than what we are entitled to. With your help, we're able to be here in the presence of the warp gate that leads to Askellon 1 in the Blood McQueen Star Scepter. Yet, either by lack of thought, or perhaps with the hopes of using a bargaining chip, you still possess information of a safe path to Askellon 1 through the Warp Gate, do you not?
Your questions are sharp and inquisitive. There is much to be revealed. Not yet. We have arranged our more luxurious suite for your inquisitors, investigators. You are protected as long as you remain on this level of the void station. Should you diverge, well, it is not our responsibility. That is the arrangement.
Yes, I'm well aware of the fate.
You
that
can fail
awaits
her
us.
releasing your mind at that second.
Steadier with a more controlled sense, still dazed as he, although the drip has been released, her sheer presence is still a factor. Steadier, he clears his throat. Yes, milady.
And you can do another willpower test.
Oh, what the fuck? Bitch!
What did you expect of me? Mommy?
Mommy, please. Success with 3.
It's good, but it don't
Ain't
matter.
good enough, son.
Ain't good enough. You feel fatigued. You gain 2 fatigue.
One second. Okay, got it.
Nice. She gives a slight smile whenever any of you would look up, and she's going to slowly walk down the stairs.
The only secret your Inquisitor may uncover is our reverence for the Imperium. Our beautiful sisters, and the choir we sing in his name each day into the darkness of space. You need only close your eyes, and you can hear it.
Just before she disappears, what he called, Dusk will say, "My lady, thank you for the memory."
You look in her direction, and she will give a slight bat of her eyes, and you interpret it as an affirmation.
My lady,
And
although I doubt not your piety, could you
Silence! We look for the hidden world because it is in our nature to uncover the truth. As for the rest, it will come when it comes. We will share with you what we know. But like the investigation into the archives of the Silidite, we may find uncomfortable truths about humanity's past. But that information is immediately shared with the Inquisition. You can determine its validity. It is your choice whether what we find remains true or not. But it is ours to find. That is our arrangement. Is it not?
I fully agree that this is the terms to which we are to uphold. And we fully believe that your course is just and pious. But can you say the same of your competitors?
Do a fellowship test. You can choose between probably charm would be best here.
Yeah, I'll gently say fuck you and use a faith point to automatically succeed with 6 degrees of success.
Nice. She will sort of raise an eyebrow slightly.
The other houses are our colleagues, and to maintain stability we must keep a distance. We have no interest in interfering with theirs, and they do not interfere with us. That is how it will remain.
So I take it the affair on Ceres Madness was the exception to this rule.
Exception?
Or has your bloodlust subsided once Carpathon Novella has been apprehended?
Your plan to foil Emeduseli has failed. Carpato is free, as you will soon discover.
Nonsense. Reports say that his son is at the head
Your
of...
reports are wrong.
My lady, we put you in the game.
Matthias would wince every time the lady raises her voice, as it would reflect in her psychic presence that she can feel quite keenly.
Yeah, it's very overpowering. At this point, she's standing at the edge of the stairs, the bottom of the stairs.
My lady, how will we be able to expedite your excursion within the primeval planet? Referring us to the first planet colonized.
The resources of the Inquisition fade in comparison with ours. There is nothing you can do for us, but we cannot do better ourselves.
Stefan is sensing a dead end here.
Yes, leave it.
Very well, my lady. In this case, the Inquisition is always at your service and your colleagues' service.
Indeed you are. Big Rebet, lead them to the chamber.
You see Matthias tap his fingers on his staff very briefly.
Several of the other black-led women will appear from behind the pillars. As a woman will walk over the bridge and over to you and bow. She gestures for you to follow her.
If the Inquisitor wishes to see me in person, he is always welcome here.
Stefan would have thought of a choice words, but guarding himself, he just focuses on the current immersion of vertigo and pain, as to not think of some colorful language in High Gothic.
What do you do? Does anyone else say anything, or do you?
I'm assuming we're leaving.
One more second.
Stefan?
Yes.
Perhaps intelligence is better than valor?
Agreed. As our own intel may suggest, would it be perhaps that House Mymond has some sort of predicament they find themselves? Or was it Mymond? Sorry for the naming.
All good. The house is called Mymon.
Mymon, my bad.
Allure will sort of walk over to the side of the room you can do an influence test.
Oh yeah, finally! I've waited for this shit for so long.
She will inquire a little bit into who you are in the Inquisition. You will have a small chat back and forth. And why one of the acolytes are asking her to air her dirty laundry.
Oh, wait, wrong modifier, my bad.
200. Bruh.
My bad.
Come on. Don't bullshit.
Success with 9.
Oh my god.
Bitch,
The
please.
Fuck?
Stand as a socialite, boy.
Wait, hold
Doubles
on.
your influence.
Yo, hold on. What the fuck am I looking at right now? 132? What's that?
My base influence is 88. Stand as a socialite either doubles
Dang, son.
yeah, adds half or decreases half, depending on how I type them.
Motherfucker.
Bitch, please. This ain't no requisition test. I'm taking the kiddie clips off.
My apologies. I did not realize your station.
She will immediately bow, and right next to her, another woman will appear. She's kind of similar. She is a little bit shorter. And you can see this deep energy shimmering from behind her yellow eyes. She definitely looks related. Her eyes immediately lock onto yours as she is revealed. Every time she makes any motion, it's like her inner world sort of draws you in as you look into her eyes. She's wearing a dark dress with black jewelry, a thorny tiara to cover her third eye, and she's unusually pale and has shimmering white-grey hair. She will sort of raise her head, looking at you, staring with open eyes.
Forgive my sister. She is not used to visitors of your kind. I have been prying into your mind. You have much use to us.
I hope to be of service.
She will walk forward and grab your hand, sort of resting your hand on hers. She will lay her other hand on top of it.
And as she does that, I look at her and says, but I'm more in the market of exchanging favors.
And favors we may exchange. You were asking for House Maimon.
Indeed.
They have something we want.
Besides troubles of their own?
Besides that,
What is it that you seek that may be in their inventory?
an elder artifact, the Beacon of Resurrection. Found on Kul. It is a large blue shard kept in a metal cage, contained by the Elder Farseer. We cannot be seen there, but perhaps you could.
And you wish us to retrieve such artifact and place it in your care.
You would win favor with our faction.
And this favor may entail a share of knowledge, perhaps.
An exchange of knowledge. And our friendship.
What more can a man such as myself ask?
She has a very sincere gaze as she looks you deep in the eyes.
with this, I believe our business is conducted. We shall inform you of our success, or the Inquisitor will inform you of our demise. Rest
assured, we will know whether you are successful or not, even before you know.
Although we cannot guarantee that we shall pursue this lead immediately, I hope this is okay.
They stole it from us long ago. You would merely be retrieving it.
I see. Very well, ladies, as I look at both of them, and for just a split second as Stefan turns his head, almost feels his entire body go numb and fall to the ground. However, he catches himself standing straight as if nothing happened, for in reality it was just a meager second. Not even a meager microsecond. He says, "If you excuse us, the journey has been hard on me and my men, and we seek to rest."
They sort of stand there just looking at you for a little while. Yeah, they just look for the rest of you to speak, looking back and forth to all of you. A monotonous and mumbling servant will approach from the side. She's wearing a wide robe. She has a pale head tilted slightly to the side. She looks as if she's almost in a hypnotic trance as she kind of glides across the floor. And as she stands in front of you, sort of offering your services, you will hear,
Rigolet, lead them to their chambers.
she will grab your hand and start walking up the ramp. As you walk, Tabitha, the sister, will walk next to you. Occasionally you will meet her eyes, and she will just, as if just curious, a little inquisitive, just occasionally look down at you as you walk, and then look over again, and then when you look over one last time, she's gone. You exit the room, and immediately this heavy weight on you dissipates.
After, as if inhaling the entire oxygen, as if he could inhale the entire oxygen in the room, Stefan takes a deep breath and thanks the Emperor for surviving that encounter.
Matthias would, at the moment when they were dismissed, would have bowed deeply again from the waist, holding onto the staff with his right hand, and after a moment, rising, stepping back 5 paces backwards, and then turning and walking with both hands on the staff, following after Stefan. And once outside, there is a lessening of the tightness in his body, which gave him in the room an odd sense of force and power that he doesn't have now, as if he was using his willpower to hold himself, and he's a lot more diminished.
Awesome.
Heinrich gives a deep bow and then follows behind Stefan.
Duskin will take himself off to the side and go and if anyone was to come, you'd actually see his nose was bleeding and he is wiping it away and trying but hidden.
Any of you still alive or in one piece? And do any of you still taste the color purple?
It is color purple, black, blue, and red.
As Heinrich unfastens the seal around his respirator, you see a massive amount of puke just come pouring out. And then you quickly see it resealed.
Ugh.
See what he called his ability to hide the blood that's coming out of his nose is just completely false. It's now literally just gone.
Metius would produce from his belt and offer out some small pieces of cloth for the blood and for the cleaning up of the vomit. And he would say very softly, it is a rare and excruciating honor to stand before a navigator.
That's a fucking shit show.
Yeah, you can keep that one.
Yeah, keep your fucking honor.
Ripsaw will be right there playing Pong with Doggo.
Oh, Ripsaw, you look in good health.
Yeah. What happened to all of you?
Had a friendly chat with the ladies in charge.
Oh, this is why I stayed out. I don't do so well with warpy stuff.
Well, to be fair, out of all of us, I think you draw the longest stitch.
I would be mindful, even here, of your thoughts. Such power is not contained in such a physical manner as
Oh,
a door.
trust me, they actually know my thoughts in there as well.
Yes.
Fuck.
I believe at this very moment they're having a laugh on our regard. Although I must commend you for your power to stay up straight and not be affected like the rest of us.
The power of a presence in the Immaterium is more familiar to me, but I confess freely that the power here was immense. I have only ever felt its superior in one other place.
Gross.
I can only shudder to think how the Great Throne would emanate even greater power. But I do believe you.
After walking for quite a long time, the local guard will accompany you for a little while, and then you enter these halls leading up further and further up. You have been told that you are entering the most exquisite suite they have. And as the door opens, it's kind of a padded white door that slides to the side. You will immediately be met with a beautiful lounge. Walking inside, you walk onto inside this lounge, and there are several tables, chairs on either end of the room. The room is gigantic. The floor has a kind of tan tiles. The walls are soft padded white with tapestry, and occasional beautiful sort of diffuse drawings barely visible. The drawings depict various ships and worlds. There are also tan pillars and plants along the wall. One open door in the far end leads to a large hallway, and sort of glimpsing inside you can see several adjacent bedrooms. And through the other door you can see a spa with a sort of the corner of a pool. And in the room you're in, two servants stand ready with their heads down. They bow deeply as you enter. And they walk to the door.
Metius is standing still, quite behind the others, and is not entering the room. He's holding the staff with both hands.
Have they, what I call the servants left the room, or?
Vinkobet and the two servants are standing by the door, and they're just waiting, sort of bowing. Every time you look in their direction, they just make a single bow and look down at the floor.
So I'm going to go across to them and give them what we call 3 thrones each and say, take the night off.
They will bow, and Vinkobet will look up. So go, if something is not satisfactory, please let us know by pressing this button. She points to a panel on the wall next to the door.
Things shall be. Don't
Do
worry.
you have any services you could offer us? What services do we have?
Yeah, the
She
door's been
nods
closed.
a single time, and she looks down to the cabinet. You will find food and drink in the cabinet next to your bed. Cargo 8 can take you to the hangar or Allur's palace. Medicae and Stim are in the cabinet there. You may open or close the curtains to look at the beautiful view of Bloodmequin. Here. She'll motion towards a switch on the wall, which uncovers large curtains. And you can see this shimmering orange-red surface of Bloodmequin below.
Ripsa will approach to these servants. Go, who is Cargo 8?
Cargo 8 is the tunnel that leads to the other sections of the ship.
Oh.
She makes another bow.
As my college has said, I appreciate your efforts. Should any need arise, we shall press the button. Thank you. You are dismissed for the time being.
She bows again, and all of them leave.
And as soon as she leaves and Dustin closes the door, you'd see Stefan's body ragdoll straight into the bed.
So, what do you call it? I want you to do a sensor sweep for any electronic listening device. And Matthias, him for what do you call it? Psychic.
Matthias had remained outside, and as the servants had left, had bowed to them, and seemed very hesitant to enter the room, but did so as it became obvious that the door was going to close, and he's sort of standing there awkward. I can see if there is any unexpected presences.
The surface test doesn't reveal anything, Duskin. Doesn't seem to be any surveillance systems here. You can do a senescence test, Matthias.
I'm going to re-roll that with the inspiration, if that's permitted.
Of course.
So 4 degrees of success.
Someone is projecting their psychic energy into this room.
You sort of see Matthias hold very still for a moment, and he's a slight furrowing of the brow. We are watched.
Close.
You have a location.
Concentrate and try to follow the presence back through the eddies of the Immaterium, seeing if you can detect it amidst all the other presences of souls and the psychically gifted. I'm guessing that it'd be another senescence.
Are you trying to do what?
So in this, he's trying to see how Duskin asked him who or where. So he's trying to particularly follow the presence and that's watching them back through its eddies in the Immaterium.
Yes, you can do a. You can do willpower test.
Okay.
Or actually, do you have a psychic power that might help you?
He wouldn't be using it here. He would just be using his.
Then
mind.
I would say a Senescence minus 40.
Just a plain success.
Sick. Yes, there is something inside the wall.
He's, to sort of see his jaw clenched tight, and you hear teeth grinding strongly, and it's somewhere in the wall. And he, with his left hand, he sort of motions towards the side of the room. He feels it most.
I'm amazed that you're so aware without even looking in the direction, as Stefan says, still laying on the bed.
So, Askellon's going to go to what I called sign language and say, I suggest we move to lower class areas.
Says,
There's a field here.
Stefan says, also in sign language, that he's right, however it be, and he uses a gesture more profane in Low Gothic, rude, to disallow such immediate removal from the premises. Instead, he speaks, "Let us enjoy the boons of the house while we're here," and not in sign language. And then in sign language for the time being.
And once again, using sign language, it'll be, in other words, let you do the boons and yourself and Doc look after yous. Correct. Of the spell on his face, but what do you call it, be correct?
Stefan will barely will then lay down once more in the bed and raise his hand and show the OK sign. As he seems quite winded. And the bed is so comfortable. Actually, he would still sit on rocks and would still be pleased.
Matthias would sort of be swaying gently side to side for a little bit. It would be wise to recover, at least for a little moment, and then with your wills and wits back, perhaps you could converse with the many guests in the facilities below. You met Cyril. He seemed quite agreeable to conversation. Perhaps you might find other things there. And he sort of, keeps all his arms together.
Yeah. As you walked up the hallways, you would have noticed several other parts of the upper class of the subsector. There are lords there, there are various wealthy people, even some rogue traders. You recognize their ships on the way in.
Ripsaw's going to go and find a servant. Well, he's going to click the button before he does that.
Yes. The door opens, servant steps in, looking at the floor again, just turned in your direction.
You, look at me.
His head will slowly rise and meet your eyes.
Yes, look here. I am just a tech priest. You do not need to bow to me all the time unless you're a servitor.
My apologies.
See here, I am looking for cybernetics. Do you have, or do you know anything that can actually, or anywhere where I can requisition such cybernetics?
Yes, with the trade combine.
Oh, well, they lead on.
On Blood McQuinn. He will point out the window to the planet below.
By the rust.
Yes.
For a split second, I imagined Ripsaw just yeet himself through the window.
I can imagine it too, just like, well, here goes nothing, it's just boom. Freaking, it's like such a space sucks me all the way to the planet.
It is the straightest path. I mean, makes sense.
Most efficient.
Yeah.
I have a 1% chance of living. There is a chance.
There's no such thing as absolute zero.
Yes,
But,
exactly.
But no, he will bow and sort of mumble, I will see what I can find.
Very good. I shall wait for your results.
What are you requisitioning?
I am trying to requisition some, what do I call it? Give me a second. I got
Careful not to be higher than scarce.
Yeah, remember subtlety loss. If any of your requisition stuff not from the Inquisition and it's more rare than scarce, you take a subtlety hit.
Yeah, we know do that.
Yeah, but Ripsaw and Matthias don't know this.
I'm trying
I'm
to
just
find a
saying
lumen
if
capacitor.
Ripsaw's, yeah, forget about that. If it's, we're gonna build one.
That's the thing. I can actually, my perk can actually allow me to act as if it's 2 ranks lower or 2 rarities lower.
Yeah, but that doesn't deter it. It's still considered rare, and then you apply your thing, but it's still considered rare as the initial purchase.
Matthias, before the servant was departed, he'd raise his left hand. Sir, a moment, if I might.
Yes, of course. He will turn around and again bow as he approaches, standing idly by.
Matthias would return the bow, and not from the waist, a little bit higher, and just at his shoulders, lowering. Could I impose upon yourself to provide us with a copy of the Askellon peerage with the highlighted notations of the guests presently enjoying our most amenable and magnificent hostess's hospitality?
He will bow deeply, and at first you take it as an affirmation, but then he sort of mumbles, a list of our guests is not available for visitors, unfortunately.
I merely wish to make sure that I did not fail to acknowledge someone correctly.
I deeply apologize. Some of our visitors wish to remain anonymous.
Would it be permissible? I am not so familiar, you see, with such lofty heights as this. For one of your peers to accompany me and provide me at least with the appropriate name and address for any person I should come across when we leave these quarters. I would hate to give offense and in doing so insult the graciousness of our hostess.
Excellent. You can do a command or charm test -10, or you can do a requisition test. Sorry, influence.
I guess it'd just be influence. It's hard to get out of the voice. I guess it'd just be
I get it.
influence.
Yep.
anything because he's not really being charming. He's not a charming person.
Oh damn! Did I give you the extra influence, by the way? As a starting character, you're
no.
supposed to get plus 3d5 now.
Oh no!
Yeah, I
I
think
can
it's
roll that.
35.
The roll did 3d5 and add it to your influence. Yep, you can add some.
Nice.
And
Better than nothing.
yes. You can roll influence. He will sort of fold his hands and I'm terribly sorry, sir. We cannot accommodate that wish. All of our staff are busy. I apologize again.
There is no offense was taken, and doubtless you are all very kindly occupied with the great attention you give to guests. And my apologies for imposing on your time.
Of course. Would you like anything? A refreshment? A drink?
I need nothing, thank you.
He will bow deeply and sort of walk backwards a couple of paces and bow to the rest of you and slowly make his way towards the door.
How very rare of you to seize the initiative.
It seemed that we were somewhat without guidance, and it seemed reasonable to me to attempt to provide some map. My apologies for being so forward. I shall make sure to atone in my evening prayers.
Nonsense. You've shown only diligence and an astute mind. Things you should be praised of, not punished. However, you've mentioned the name of that noble we first saw. Can you repeat it once more, for it had escaped me?
Sir Riol, I believe he introduced himself as.
Yes, well, I couldn't bring myself to humor such an attempt at winning favor. That
Yes.
I forgot to note it down mentally.
It is understandable. My lord, Stefan, such a person should be below your notice.
When we're gonna talk with him, refer to me as Tacitus. Tacitus Kildor, is to maintain the masquerade for the lessers. However, roleplay wise, you don't have to bother each time saying, you know, it can be a tad bit, thingy. Stefan will say, Dustin, if you would be so kind as to eat and drink before I plan to arrange a meeting with the man.
I would love to eat and drink, but
Trust the food to not be poisoned. We have a dealing with the navigator houses.
no, it is not that. It's the fact that after
Lost your appetite.
no, after the vision that we all had, called all I can hear is the Adeptus Sororitas hymns in my head, and I feel like a new man, a rejuvenation. Can't sleep, can't eat. Yes, let's do this.
Can't eat, can't sleep. Let me see what kind of needles I still have left. As you see the Mechadendra just go in front of Ripsaw as he examines it for a bit. Tranquilizer.
I don't want to be tranquilized. I want to stay in this feeling for the rest of my life. No idea what it is like
You see Matthias tap his fingers on his staff a few times, and for one of the first times his head seems to actually turn towards Duskin.
Well, Edward, there is such a righteous view. Is indeed worthy of praising. I shall remind yourself, Dustin, that abscess leads the path to damnation. Enjoy the moment, know it to pass. Hold on not to it, but the memory of it. Seek it not, yet trust that the good Emperor shall rend you more.
The rooms consist of a
It just
large
felt so
spa,
real.
several bedrooms, and there is a minibar with all kinds of expensive wines and alcohol, fruit drinks you can imagine.
Hey, Vinko Betty.
As you look in her direction, she's standing in the corner of the room next to some drapes in total darkness. She will take one single step out of behind the drapes and look in your direction, slowly raising her tilted head to spot you. Yes.
As Ripsaw sees this horrifying person walk out of the shadows, he will scream something in technobabble.
Nice. Hey yo.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Basically.
Vinko Betty, do you know how the navigators are bred genetically?
I am familiar with the process.
Is it difficult?
She will her eyes will sort of glide to the side out of the window. No, it is not very difficult. We are.
And what genetics are needed exactly?
Sort of with her eyes wide open, she'll just stare down, pondering for a long time. I am not familiar with exactly the genetics required, but there are people who look like him present. She'll point to Ripsaw. And they operate and they may grow in vats as well.
That is very interesting.
Hear
She
that,
nods a single
Ripsaw?
time.
You just
Yes.
gotten upgraded from engineer to janitor.
I felt the power as you just see him clenching his fists. Yes. No longer lowly engines here. I can do more now.
Heinrich looks over, kind of.
She's tightening her lips, sort of afraid that she has misspoken.
Concern
Vinko
yourself
Betty.
not.
Do you guys ever take outside gene sources?
On occasion, it has been known to happen.
And
Trade
what
houses remain close.
and what are the
Close.
parameters that need to be met?
She will again, her eyes sort of wander. I am familiar with exactly the process. I am not sure about that question.
But you do know the parameters.
Somewhat.
Are you able to take samples?
Yes, I may.
I hold out a hand.
Yeah.
For you?
Just curious.
She has a confused look on her face. I am not sure what you mean.
Would you be able to test my blood?
her mouth half open, her jaw sort of drops, and she just looks at the rest of you questioningly.
Metius would look very, very awkward and uncomfortable and be very quiet.
She draws a deep breath. Do you think you are ill?
No, of course not. Why do you say that?
Usually, taking blood is associated with Medicaid.
Oh, well, what type of genetic material would you need?
I am not sure what you mean.
Fuck.
Humor is just and remarks not in Robetti. He is merely making jokes.
Fuck, are you sure you want to go down this road?
Heinrich looks over and says, "No, I was just messing with this little bot. I just wanted to see what you would say."
She has a completely neutral expression, takes a couple of steps back.
What
Do
do you
you
feel?
think we could farm some information from her? She seems to
You
give
can.
half truths. I'm not too good at questioning, I would say, as Heinrich looks over at the captain.
Then Robetti, what is your current rank within the house?
I am subject to the Navi Scion.
Yeah.
I am their assistant.
Yes, I've gathered as much. Thank you. If I may, and she points towards helping him stand on his own from the bed. With the help of either Finn Robetti or someone else, he would get up, go towards the button, and say, "We shall prepare ourselves for a dinner date with Sir Raoul."
She nods a single time, staying in the same position.
Stefan presses the button.
She looks at the door opening and just keeps staring at it, and then it closes again, and she's still standing there.
Does the servant not come in after Stefan presses the button?
No.
No? God damn it.
Metius would sort of, I believe, my Lord Captain, that the Lady Vinkabet is here in a capacity to be of service. Am I wrong to intuit such, my Lady Vinkabet?
She will bow very politely a single time.
I wish not to waste her time after mere jests. Yet it seems we have no choice. May you be so kind as to escort us towards Mr. Raoul's chamber.
She will bow again and
Raoul.
open the door and walk out. You're walking out on soft red carpets as you step out. Do all you wear the same clothes? Are you dressed as rogue traders?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely dressed as a pompous road trader with a Xenos hand cannon on his hip with iron.
Metius would still be dressed in the robes of an adept of the telepathica, but he would hesitate before following Stefan and the others. My Lord Captain, do you think my presence be helpful at this dinner? I would not wish to offend the Sir.
Yes, it is vital, not only for myself as to gather information should you find something to be out of place, but also for yourself as to know how to conduct yourself in such an environment. Know that experience in regards to many subjects may prove useful in your development.
Yes, my lord captain.
In a perfect world, your psychic powers would be enough. Yet the Emperor knows he trials us in many ways.
And what I call at this stage, Duskin's going to actually give him a wee nudge and shoulder and say, on the bright side, you'll be eating the good food. I'll be seeing you from cheap sheets.
I would be satisfied with just some hettlefish and bread.
Enjoy what you can.
I must disagree with this. One will most likely eat.
This life is short. Little. Enjoy what you can.
I must disagree with Dustin's statement. Our armistice and understanding is only with the navigator houses. The food we're gonna partake through are not from their supply. Eat at your own peril.
So, when will we make contact with MS Dueli? MS Dueli.
MS Useli.
MS Dueli. Duseli?
You. You is the you. Useli.
You. Useli.
Yeah.
MS Useli.
That's right.
Okay. When will we make contact with MS Useli?
1 second as Stefan opens a datapad, checking his notes. So my mother, Emmet Useli.
And as that is said, you see Heinrich pull out his sword and begin going through a few different combat forms, swinging the blade.
They were
As you swing
mentioned by the Nevis. Sorry.
As you swing the blade, Minkabet will sort of look back into the room. Where are you coming? Should I take you to Roll's chamber?
Of course, lead the way. And on the internal microbit channel, you say, Stefan will say that as much as I wish to humor you, I seek not a confrontation at this time with a powerful individual who has set the table for our demise.
What if I bring an ace in the hole?
Can it withstand an entire army of psychers?
Yes.
Well, as much as I believe as much as I wish to believe your fantasies, you cannot guarantee that all of us will survive. If you try to do so, you are a fool. Nor can you guarantee that we shall obtain any piece of information.
No, I just mean to say when the time comes.
Should the time come.
I do not think it will be should, but when.
Matthias would sort of very softly chime in over the private channel. It seemed to surprise you that the Novak of the house was freed.
Yes, it came quite a shock. I could see the bloodlust within all of the citizens of Ceres Madness when we've shown proof of his infidelity towards the machine god. I was sure that he would be lynched, if not by the authorities, by the citizenry.
To try and threaten the Novak of a Navigator house is difficult for any power in the Imperium.
Yes, but one that is steeped in corruption and heresy? Not so much. Just a small tack out of our jurisdiction.
Notice that even though we've proven that they are not as intuitive in their disciplines of the machine god, the Ecclesiarchy could have as well given them refuge.
That is true. They might have more powerful allies than we know.
They may have been merely reduced to being shrouded.
Yet even so, I find it surprising that Carpato Novella would so willingly relinquish his throne to one of his younger sons, one that was not groomed to be the leader.
Is that who is in charge now?
Yes.
Oh, so they need not be enemies then.
Well, he was quite attached to his brother. You know, the one you blew his house down and then killed him.
Oh, the apartment. What? Was I the one that killed him?
No,
No, I didn't think
I would-
so.
I must say it was a group effort.
It is an impressive feat, but one that I am not sure would have endeared you even fully to the Novator's enemies amongst the Navigator nobilities. The attack on the idea of their power, the sovereignty of it, is a dangerous thing for them to allow to pass. If you have done as you say, it is remarkable and righteous, I have no doubt, but it is a dangerous thing.
I fully
Yeah,
agree
you
with
know,
you.
when I think back on it, if we would have timed the launcher with the entry, that would have been better.
That if this is the best best retrospect you could have come with, let's just say that.
It's
that
a way for me to be more agreeable towards your disposition.
very well. However, I plan not to interact with House Emetuseli unless I necessarily have to.
Then may I pick off a few of its denizens?
And by that I also mean not inquire their wrath further.
Discreetly.
Dark?
Like a scalpel, with fine sutures afterwards.
We will not talk of this subject anymore, Dark.
Look,
Sorry, I
I'm
was
gonna
away.
find me
Is this
someone on one of these
uh,
stations, on one of these planets. It's just better if we find one sooner than later.
If you wish, you can always go to a certain quarter. They'll more than willingly offer satisfaction for your twisted and sick desires.
Well, the desires I feel that I need to feed are the slaying of the Emperor's enemies.
Then I suggest you learn how to sharpen your sword with patience. And now, Stefan continues, we shall remain silent as we move forward.
You hear on the microbead, has anyone seen that servant? You're supposed to report back to me with results.
I thought you didn't requisition the thing.
Oh no, I'm looking to see if they know if there's any other people that are like have their own goods, like other like rogue traders.
You would at some point get the message back that you may try to speak with the other rogue traders, but they will not bother them with the requests like that.
You'll have to bother them yourself.
I look at Vinkobet and I give her a name, a rogue trader's name that I had met and befriended before. I don't remember if I wrote down his name.
Where was it?
It was on Sirius Magnus when we did the big trade thing and I traded in actual gear for once.
Violet Frowine?
That might be it.
been someone else.
It might have been someone else. I don't know if you had a character exactly developed for him as much as.
I got the character. Do you mean the guy carried on the plate?
Yes.
Are you sure?
If it was on the plate on Cirrus Magnus, where we went to the actual capital,
Mm-hmm.
and I requisitioned all that gear, yes, that is him.
Requisition all that gear.
Well, not so much requisition as trading in the bolters, all the excess gear we had accumulated, and I guess stuff we had found in crates and different things through the different missions.
Okay, I don't think they would be here on this planet.
Okay, and his name was Violet.
No, that was probably someone else.
Okay, so what's this guy's name?
I guess you'll have to go through the previous session episodes and search for him yourself, my dude.
Okay.
I can find it in my notes, but not in the middle of the session. But
No,
I can
good.
find it. Yeah.
So Duskin's, what I call it, as everyone's doing their thing, is going to go across the net, and what I call Doc be tied in this one. Jericho, come in.
The comms will not reach the ship.
Duskin,
They are being
do you wish
jammed.
me?
Will I be needed for this next leg of the parlay? As I look to the captain.
If you find that you have something else to do that will not disturb us, feel free to go as you please.
It is
you
approaching.
think-
It is past bedtime now, and this is eating into your fatigue.
Do you think it would be best for me to go back and check on Jericho and see to our guest? As you see Heinrich reach a hand down to the sword and grasp it as he says guest.
No overt actions, and it is not to be hardened. Just talk to him if you can. If not, just keep an eye on him and see what Jericho has found out. As I'm sure he could not be able to sleep, let alone stay away from such opportunity to investigate.
That's true enough. Alright, with your leave then. And you see Heinrich give a bow, click his heels together, turn about, and depart from the room.
And as he's about to leave, what I call Duskin will put his hand on his shoulder, say, if you have to dispatch him, have my word, I'll use every power that I have within the Order Hereticus to support you.
Doc gives a head nod. I'll see if it'll be necessary.
Doc, is it possible that I may accompany you?
Are you sure? Is Raoul not of the Mechanicus contingent on this station?
Wait, there is a Mechanicus here?
No, he's just a noble.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to be embroiled in politics, Ripsaw?
Does it involve the Mechanicus?
I look to the captain.
Most likely not.
Yeah, most likely not.
Damn, that's gonna be boring.
Well, you can help me finish the last piece of Guardian 011.
Oh, that seems a little bit more exciting. Let's go.
Doc nods his head, gives another bow to the captain. As he's about to click his heels together, looks at Duskin.
Please tell me it's not heretical.
It's not heretical.
Like I said before, it seems that Doc is trying to reconstruct some old archaeotech.
Matthias is standing by the door and looking very confused at the conversation happening here. And glances down towards Vinkabet, who is still waiting to take them to Raoul.
Oh, I thought we were
Ah.
talking while watering.
Oh shit, he needs to die.
And my apologies for taking up your mistress's time with these delays, my lady Vinkabet.
Actually, Doc, I think I changed my mind. I do want to meet these odd people.
Okay, that sounds.
I was
perfectly
away
fine.
and I didn't actually realize there was someone that in our room.
No, we're touching on the private channel.
But Doc, I will send Doggo with you to assist you in any mechanical matters.
Okay, that sounds good. I look down at Doggo. Come, little supercomputer. You have much processing to do.
Fuck. In
Doggo
trouble.
will bark in an affirmative as it walks with you, wagging its tail.
And
In trouble.
Doc,
Big blast of static will come down.
Doc looks back and just says, "Yeah, I'm just gonna kill the trouble and not bother you. How's that sound?" And I'll dispose of it properly.
Please
Stefan.
don't.
Stefan better not hear this.
Please don't.
Don't fuck up. Roger that. And then you see Doc give a click of his heels and turn about and depart out the door with Doggo.
Alrighty. So to sum up, you're going to the ship. Is that right?
Yes.
Doc and Doggo is going to the ship.
Okay.
Me and the rest are going to meet Mr. Raoul, which was the person that rated us
Yep.
at the dates. For
Alrighty. On the ship. What do you want to do, Doc?
I am going to go down to the gun room and
Alright.
I'm going to craft a luminous capacitator.
Go for it. You have material for... Yeah, it says.
Success.
Sick.
Was close though. Yeah, and
You have plus 20 on that?
Yes. From all trades.
Which trade?
It's for a gun room, it says all trades plus 20.
To craft, yeah.
And I have the cybernetics.
or cybernetic.
So what item are you crafting again?
A luminous capacitator.
Basically a fucking battery.
What rarity does that have?
It's very rare.
Very rare.
So that's a minus 30.
Yeah, due to rarity.
Then you get plus 20, that's a minus 10.
I'm gonna use a fate point to reroll.
Alrighty.
Oh, could Doggo assist him and give him a plus 10?
Unfortunately, no.
So it's at a minus 10.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay, Doggo will provide you moral support.
6 additional degrees
Sick.
of success.
Alright, James, you sit down on this old bench and you just enjoy finally being alone. This room smells of old wood, and it has this burnt smell of old tobacco, and it's just a wonderful place to be. You sit down in your own silence, sort of, for once, pick up various parts and start sort of putting it together. Finally, you have something that looks quite accurate and like the real thing. You can even shape it to sort of look the way you want.
That's perfect. It's gonna go right down the spine.
Yes. There's a little machine shop over here, and sort of all the tools that you can imagine to do the whole process. I'm going to say this takes you probably the rest of the night.
That sounds good. And upon completion of it, I want to vox to the Hereticus agent upon the ship.
You will hear the creaking of the stairs as he slowly starts to descend down the wooden stairs. And he sort of looks down at you. He has a very cold gaze as he walks down. And while he's walking down, he's holding a stub revolver by his hip that is sort of just resting and occasionally rotating the chamber slowly, and you can hear sort of the ticks.
I nod to him as he walks down, and I say, would you mind accompanying me to the sick bay? I'm about to finish my project. We can talk there.
Yeah, we can go there. You first.
Yeah, I walk over. Doggo follows behind. And when I immediately get there, I walk over to the subject, and you see that, well, when he first walks in, he would see in one corner of this sick bay massive white curtains covering about a third of the entire room.
Yeah.
And I pass through them.
The room is lit in very dim red lumen, and there's some screening equipment casting a very neutral white light on the walls and shelves. There's a stove where you cook your food, and medical equipment at the other end. Unfortunately not very hygienic. There's chemicals, bandages, different things. The agent will stand by the door, head tilted slightly, take a single step forward. And, yeah, what am I looking at?
Oh, this is just a project. But what do you make of the rest of my team?
He'll shrug, sort of. I haven't seen them operate yet, but I assume they're good at what they do.
Yes, but what have you heard? Good or bad?
He will sort of smile to himself, his eyes squinting, almost shark-like now. I've heard enough. I'm familiar with them.
So we're rated pretty well then.
So, extending his lower lip, sort of shrugging. Yeah. For the most part.
Did you hear about what we slayed on Rune?
No. Why don't you tell me?
So we're down in these caverns, right? And out come these monstrous arachnid-like things. I mean, to me they looked like, you know. And he just sees Doc just spread his hands open and kind of like, you know, from beyond.
He'll raise his eyebrows, sort of surprised. You're talking about chaos.
Oh yeah. Like I was surprised you guys weren't down there. You guys should have been down there instead of us. That shit was bad, man.
Yeah. I'm not in the Ordo Malleus. I usually don't deal with that sort of thing.
Yeah, but you didn't hear about the cult on the planet?
I've heard about it.
Why weren't you guys sent to investigate alongside us?
He'll smile a little bit to himself, slightly annoyed. Again, he sort of hardens up, leans back, and just resting his revolver on his belly. That's not in the job description. That's not my job.
Not your job to fight. And you see Doc raise his hands, gesture out in almost like a bubble, you know.
Oh, he's completely relaxed, leaning back on the wall now. No, my job is to stay here. Keep a watchful eye on you. Make sure you don't slip up. Make sure you report back to the Inquisitor.
Oh yes,
Everything
of course.
is on the up and
But
up.
you do.
And I don't have anything bad to report yet.
Yeah, of course. But you do fight them, right? You're not just primarily doing this.
No, I am primarily doing this.
So you're telling me you've never fought one of them before?
Puckering his lips, sort of. On the record. No.
So do you think you're qualified to stand in judgment of us?
Is that what you're here to talk about?
I just want to get to know you, since you seem to be an additional handler now.
Seems like a strange way to get to know someone.
Well, I feel like it might boost some camaraderie to just be open and honest.
Sure. If you're honest with me, you might grow some camaraderie.
Oh, I'm always honest.
Alright, what do you think about your shipmates?
Oh, Stefan, I fucking hate that dude's guts.
This is just slowly nod. Not really giving much of an expression.
He's
Smiling
not
to himself.
He's not too much of a fighter, but when it comes to politics and social schemes, none better.
Do you resent him?
A little bit, yes, because he's in favor right now. I understand the path he walks, and I understand the path that I walk, but it still leaves a sour taste in my mouth.
Yeah.
What do you think of him?
Again, just squinting, sort of looking out of the room. I don't really have an opinion. I think he's doing a good job.
Of course. That's what everyone fucking says.
He gives a slight smile.
What do you
All the
make of
while, he's
Brabazom?
slowly rotating the chamber of his gun, looking at you.
What do you think about Ripsaw? Have you heard about what he's done?
Yeah, he's a good mechanic. He's a loyal servant. That's all I care about. I'm not here to judge your personalities.
So what exactly are you here to judge?
Your job. Whether you're doing what you're told.
Do you think we're not?
I don't know yet.
And haven't you joined us on the station? If you're supposed to be watching us.
Didn't feel the need.
That's pretty lax, don't you think?
Alright, well. I don't care about your judgment of me, so.
Yes,
Thanks
but
for
what
the
rank
talk.
are you?
He'll sort of sigh out loud and walk out the door.
And as the door closes, Doc looks down at Doggo. Yep, I'm gonna fucking kill the shit out of him.
Nice. Is there anything else you would like to do on the ship? Like kill the shit out of him?
I'm gonna finish. Not yet. Doc just lets him leave, knowing that his time will come.
Awesome.
And Doc go again installing the capacitator, and then that can be his little thing.
Awesome. I'm gonna say you eventually return, and my kid is crying, so I have to run and help him. But I think we can put a bookmark in it there
Sure.
for this session. Then we will continue with